Well, that worked well.
Alrighty. Green
But
screen fail.
that's what happens. No, whenever I go to top an intro and go to hit enter and breaking's done it. And so if you try to enter two commands in at once, it's not a good thing. So that's what
Short
happened.
intro today. That's alright.
Yeah, it is what it is. That rarely ever happens. So
We're going to
it's off
power everything
day.
down. We're going to power
Um,
everything down, come back in 2 minutes, and be here at the right time.
yeah, no doubt.
We're two
That's not
minutes too
happening.
early. Oh.
It's not happening.
Yes, it is indeed hump day. It is Wednesday, the 13th day of January. Now, 7 days out from D Day, Inauguration Day. Who's it going to be?
Um, I mean,
Where's the enthusiasm? Good Lord.
well, I'm not gonna like listen. You have hope. You have to keep hope. I mean, that's what we've all been following this for a long time. You have to. But then on the other side of I hear from all sorts of different people. Okay. And there's no doubt it influences me to a certain degree to keep my mind open. And I don't mind that. I appreciate that about hearing different opinions from all kinds of different people, where I'll have oh, it's going to happen. Here comes the military, all the way to, oh my God, I'm worried. What's going to, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be down to us. So I listen to all of them, and again, I keep hope. And, there's two lanes right now. We could kind of try to lie about it, but the truth of the matter is there's two lanes. The one lane is it's going to happen the way that we all hope it's going to happen. And the other lane is it's not. And then what do we do? And time will tell, right? I mean,
I
time will
believe
tell.
that lane is called It's All Turned to Shit.
Well, not really, because we're still here, and that's what I stress to people that are a little more concerned right now. Is listen, whatever happens, we're still here. We have still learned all this information. We know what's going on. Just even if the worst outcome comes of this, we're nothing happened to us. We're still here, right? We're
Well,
still here.
before we get too far along here, why don't you announce our latest expansion as we are now broadcasting, as usual, to our friends on Twitch, to our friends on the YouTube side, see a few of you guys over on Periscope, and of course, D Live. And then,
We just launched today on Peeled. And I was having a slight issue a little bit before of getting it kind of set up. I think I've done everything properly. Time will tell. I don't see us, as far as I don't know how to get to our live that should be going on right now, but we are there. It says that we're there. And so, excited about that. And hopefully, if I have messed up or if something kind of goes wonky today, it says we're live. So, again, I'm going to hope that is, I think I just clicked on it. I think there we are. Yeah, let me show you guys what I'm talking about. I have actually, and I'm hoping that, that the app that they just launched will help some of the audience that's in other countries that kind of struggles with the live and Twitch. Hopefully, the peeled the Foxhole app will be a little bit easier for you guys to use. That's what I'm hoping. And so, right now, I'm just getting a spinning wheel. So, um,
which way are you going in? You going in through Pild or are you going in through the app?
I've got them both pulled up. So, I wanted to see
Maybe
if it
that's the
says we're
problem. It
live.
might be too much of a draw for how much you're pushing through, as well as trying to feed back. I don't know. Might try just doing the Foxhole app.
That's where I'm at now. So
Okay.
this is the Foxhole app, and we're just kind of spinning. It says we're live. So hopefully, um, this will. I'll refresh and see if something's changed. See, it says up here how we're live. So I click on that, and it's just kind of circling. So whatever that is, I guarantee it's probably like on my end, if anything. But we're there, and if there is a few, see, it says we're live here. If there's a few kinks, we'll figure them out. I'll figure them out. Because again, I'm sure if there's something that's not launching, probably because of it's my fault, and I didn't do something correctly. Because right now that's what we have. So, but I will send the links out there to you guys to how to get to the app, and I'm sure we'll be up and running by our next live stream. If this one isn't well, and I don't know if any guys of you're over there already. Paste. Yeah, and it says there's people are saying lag is so bad. You see, on my end, we're good. We're in the green. The stream's in the green. There's nothing wrong with the stream right now. It looks good to go.
Yeah, one way
I
to
don't
test
know.
it out, folks, is to put it through its paces. So I'm sure even on their end, they may have some kinks to work out to smooth out all the streams coming through and all the bandwidth and that needed when you got multiple shows running throughout the day, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm sure they'll have some growing pains, just like everything else, as we witness all of the parting of the seas, as it were. Folks jumping off all the major platforms and onto backup platforms, just like what we've seen since Friday now.
Yeah, exactly. So we get the peeled out there as well. Yeah, I'm hoping, that again, people are trying to get off these platforms. Because we're beholden to them, and the rules have gotten so ridiculous, and the only thing keeping us here is us. If y'all will move with us, that's the important part, is getting everyone used to these different apps and stream places where we stream. And there's some people that love D Live, and there's some people that prefer Twitch. And again, that's kind of why hopefully you have a lot of options. We're not just one and on one platform. The more the merrier.
Well, let me get into some news here. I don't know what all you've got pulled up for today, but I'm going to start off with a little bit of financial stuff. And some of this I alluded to back on Sunday. Some of the stuff going on behind the scenes here about food price inflation accelerates for the 7th consecutive month. Is it time to worry about food inflation? The Food and Ag Organization's food price index rose for a 7th consecutive month in December, led by dairy products and vegetable oils. The FAO Food Price Index averaged 107.5 points last month versus 105.2 in November. Benchmark, which tracks global food prices of cereals, oilseeds, dairy products, meat, and sugar, averaged 97.9 points for 2020, a 3-year high and a 3.1% rise from 2019 levels. So, kind of walking through some of the graphicals that it showing 2014 to 2016 here when looking at the various years. This is relative to the actual index nets they track. Everything's going up for 2020. This is looking at it on a month-over-month basis. So starting about May of last year, we hit a bottom and we've been picking up ever since. Flash forwarding down into the FAO commodity price indices here, it looks at all the various food types, your cereal, dairy, vegetable oils, meat, etc. Obviously, it looks like vegetable oils, your dairy, and that's on the uptick. Cereals as well, and sugar, meat, on the other hand, is kind of stabilized, if nothing else. Food prices have begun to rise very sharply. Index, we see that here towards the end of 2020 as well. A little bit more graphicals. This one calls out food price rises and the Arab Spring, just a coincidence. When all this started, clear back in 2011, food prices were on the rise. Interesting there. Says Edwards summarizes concerns best with the following statement. Even in the richest country in the world, food poverty has become a real problem during this pandemic. This leaves us with the next imminent food inflation crisis, as central banks are mindlessly injecting a record $1.4 billion in liquidity into capital markets every hour, folks. Every hour. So 24 hours in the day times 1.4 times 365, you do the math. Soaring food inflation may result in social destabilization. The question is, where will it start? And so kind of continuing on that theme, another article came through this morning. U.S. consumer prices rise for 7 straight months, shelter inflation at decades low. This is looking at it across sectors here. Today's inflation print is key after significant signs of cost pressures. PMIs all signal record or near record raising prices, and commodity prices breaking out from multi-year downtrends. Analysts did expect a bump in CPI, consumer price index, but nothing overly concerning. And so we take a look at this. You can see via the graphicals, they're on a little bit of an uptick. US CPI urban versus month over month versus year over year. Bloomberg, under the hood, energy prices are soaring as far as used car costs are sliding. So this looks at it in a little bit more granular aspect: food, energy, all items, commodities, service, less energy sectors. Most of them, yeah. Negatives down here. We got a few that are on a major uptick, like fuel oil. And of course, that's to be expected. It's winter time. Use natural gas and oil, that sort of thing. Food inflation is notable for the same reasons we just covered in the previous article. Energy inflation is mixed. Despite the monthly increase, the index fell 7% over the last 12 months. A lot of that probably helped by a semi-mild winter. Not a lot of natural gas being used. Goods inflation is accelerating as the rise in services costs are slowing rapidly. Well, yeah. Guess what happens when you put people on lockdown? They're not probably using as many services. Yin yangs. Silver lining of sorts is that shelter rent inflation is slowing dramatically as home prices soar. And here we see kind of the graphical around that as well. And the debacle of owner equivalent rent strikes again. BLS housing inflation is at 10-year lows, even as home prices surge 8% to a 7-year high. So continuing on that theme, the only key piece out of this article that's important out of this is this first couple paragraphs. Is inflation in your best interest or the Fed's? Now think of that, the Fed. What do we know about the Fed via Q-Post? Gold destroys the Fed. Is it going to get rearranged, restructured? We'll have to see. This out of Real Investment Advice. Understand this. It says, we want to see American citizens pay higher prices for milk, butter, eggs, bread, and toilet paper. To reach our goal, we will adjust monetary policy to make these goods and other goods and services more expensive in the future. Understand that? How long before mobs storm the Mariner Eccles building, the Fed headquarters, if Jerome Powell were to make such a statement? Is our mock proclamation that different from Powell's comment on December 16, 2020? With inflation running persistently below 2%, we'll aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time so that inflation averages 2% over time, and longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. Basically, they use their mumbo jumbo and all sorts of jargon in there to basically say the same thing that was in that very first statement. And what have we seen over the last 7 months, as highlighted by the last two articles? Well, we're probably running pretty close to that. A couple other things out of this particular article that were of note: why inflation in a move that Chairman Jerome Powell called a robust updating of Fed policy. The central bank formally agreed to a policy of average inflation targeting. That means it will allow inflation to run moderately above the Fed's 2% goal for some time, following periods when it has run below that objective. If we generate some modest inflation, I think we could consider, or would consider, that a success at Neo Kashkari on December of last year. If we got 3% inflation, that would not be so bad. Charles Evans, and he's yet another bank Fed of one of the regional Fed. By committing to achieve inflation outcomes that average 2% over time, the committee would make clear in advance that it would accommodate rather than offset modest upward pressures to inflation in what could be described as a process of opportunistic reflation. This approach will help move inflation expectations back to our 2% objective, which is critical to preserve conventional policy space. That's Lael Brainerd from the Minnesota Fed. Debt is the principal reason Fed members are increasingly troubled with low inflation. Debt has increasingly become an economic engine. Some of it went toward productive purposes. Most of this debt results in growth and pays for itself. Slowing productivity, GDP, corporate earnings, and wage growth argue a large percentage was put to non-productive use. Let's square that against what we've seen play out over the last year, right? Obviously, a lot of people sitting at home, a lot of goods and services, and that the only place you can get them is the big box stores, the Amazons. In the meantime, the small mom and pop shops are shuttered. Currently, there's 83 trillion. Let me repeat that: 83 trillion of total debt outstanding, powering a $21 trillion economy, including future liabilities such as Social Security, and the amount of debt nearly doubles. To solve the debt problem with the debt growing substantially faster than the ability to pay for it, there are three options to deal with the problem: austerity, default, or inflation. And guess which path we're on, folks? Inflation. Austerity. Well, if you paid attention to Greece over the last several years, you see how well that worked out. Default, yeah, probably not so much. So in the meantime, the printing presses are fired up and the printing press goes burr, right? So what does that mean for you and I? Well, exactly that very first statement. We're going to pay a hell of a lot more for goods and services in the future because the printing press is fired up and are going to continue to print dollars, like I said, to the tune of 1.6 billion per hour per day. And that's exactly what we're seeing play out. So to think that there isn't a lot riding on the election, if Biden gets in, I guarantee you we're going to see the printing press continue for the foreseeable future through the things like AOC and what they want to push forward, like the mass monetary theory, where, debt doesn't matter. We'll just print more. And in the
I'm gonna say.
meantime,
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
and in the meantime, if POTUS is situated in the presidency, guess what's coming? Gold destroys the Fed. All right.
Okay, so I'm going to read Jinsu's comment. D Live Jinsu17 said, "1 week from today, I will be stepping aside as Secretary of State, and this account will be archived. Be sure to follow me at Mike Pompeo." So that was just dropped in D Live. And by the way, thank you for Scorp Brat. I hope I said that right. It says it's not showing loaded. Yeah, I tried over on the Pilled. I don't know what's going on, but it is just sitting there spinning its wheels. So I'm sure we'll get it figured out. And then John and and Freedom. Thank you. And then is that Pensator? I'm so bad with Anon names. Thank you guys for over there in D Live for all the support. And then and we didn't give much for a shout out. Vernon, my mod over there at YouTube, God love you, and Jackie R's over there from the UK. So I just wanted to mention everybody that's in there today. It's been a crazy few days, and I know a lot of people are on air, and so there's a lot of competition out there. So I just appreciate all of you guys hanging out with us here. And then in Twitch, don't forget Twitch. Folks in Twitch. Nobody's posted, but hey guys.
And one more to pile on to the thread of financials here. This came out today too, by the way. Markets threatened with instability if LIBOR is abolished. Global banks. So for those that don't know, you know what LIBOR stands for, right? It's a London Interbank Overnight Rate. That's what sets the interest rates for all the major banks, and that every single night. Apparently this has been going on for some time, and this is coming to a head conveniently all at the same time, where we're seeing the presidency decided on the cusp of the COVID cover, as well as quote unquote the great reset and that they plan on having. And this rears its head. So lots going on in the financial world. Certainly, London Interbank, we know that they've been rigging the rates and that. Got a lot of the banksters had their hands caught in the cookie jar for some time. And it's not just LIBOR either, folks. It's spot prices on metals and everything else. Insider trading and insider comms amongst all these guys. And what do they get? A little slap on the wrist. It's just the price you pay for doing business.
Yeah, well, I'm going to branch a little bit over into the censorship world because that's still going on. This is something I ran across the other day from another channel that I watch, actually. So shout out to that umbrella guy. I follow the Johnny Depp thing that's going on with the Me Too movement and AH. Can't even say her name, by the way, on here, which is strange. But Transparency Tube. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but yes, they've decided to, again, put us all in a bubble. They're again sure to shout out Mainstream News is 1.2 billion on you. This is YouTube, and then Partisan Left is 651 million, while the Partisan Right is 353. I don't really necessarily think I agree with those numbers. Social justice, anti-woke, late night talk shows, which have their own thing. You'll notice down here though, funny enough, look right here. Look who. Some people call it the P movement because it doesn't trigger anything, but 11 million there. And just to show you that you can, your label, by the way. Yeah, I did this. There we are. Right. That person you can't even say on this platform. Conspiracy and partisan right. We have been tagged up, folks. You can do this with anybody. I don't know if the cutoff, I look for Breaking's YouTube channel because he does have one as well, but he wasn't on here. But 412's is, he's down here. He's got the same tags as we do. And so, yeah, this is just another way to label you and then target you. And so, yeah, you can imagine. I will drop this out here. I know that some folks don't allow you to share your links out in chat. You can in YouTube. It's restricted anyway. DLive is pretty, anybody can. And I don't censor that here, especially what's going on right now with everybody kind of being kicked off Twitter, etc. I encourage you guys, if you've lost your accounts on Twitter and now you're somewhere else, if I just ask you don't spam it, like don't do it, 4 times in a row and every 5 minutes in the show, but please feel free, like maybe twice, once in the beginning or in the end, to share your accounts, to share your new Gab account or whatever, so people can find you, because that's what it's all about, is making sure people know where you are if you've been booted off. So, and if you're in YouTube, be creative. You can still do it. You have to be a little bit more creative. Put Gab in the front and then what your, name is on Gab, and people can find you. But there's that link that if you want to share around with your favorite channels or whatever, so they can look up and see what they're labeled. Boom. Are you there? You're muted. Because you're sharing something. I don't hear you talking. Okay.
I forgot. I don't know if you happened to catch this in the last day or so, but apparently, as a result of Twitter and Facebook thinking they wield all the cards, well, apparently some of the ISPs are deciding to fight back. And we get this. North Idaho internet provider blocks Facebook and Twitter after customer complaints. And so this is just one of many ways in that we can fight back against the heavy-handedness of those who think they are the government versus those that are elected to said positions. So an ISP in North Idaho and the Spokane, Washington area has decided to block Facebook and Twitter for its customers after some called to complain about censorship on the platform. The ISP, your TIW Wi-Fi, confirmed that it will block Facebook and Twitter from its Wi-Fi service for some customers starting this Wednesday, according to a report by KREM2. The move comes after Twitter permanently banned President Donald Trump from its platform and Facebook locked the president out of his account indefinitely. It has come to our attention that Twitter and Facebook are engaged in censorship of our customers and information, reads an email to your T1 Wi-Fi customers. The ISP added it has been receiving calls from customers about Facebook and Twitter. We have, the past couple days, been fielding calls from customers voicing their concern they do not want these sites allowed to be displayed on our internet feed to them, and that they do not want their children to go to these sites, the email continues. Says the ISP explained that because there are too many customers asking for the sites to be blocked, it will be blocking Facebook and Twitter for all customers unless they reach out to the company to request access. Highlighting another couple things there, says the company says that 2/3 of its customers asked for the sites to be blocked. And of course, you can imagine on the heels of Parler and everything else being shut down because of their heavy-handedness. Guess what, folks? Democracy works both ways. You want a mob to go against Amazon in order to knock Parler off? Well, guess what? A mob can do the very same thing if they cry loud enough to the ISP and give the big middle finger to you at Jack and Zuckerberg.
Yeah, I'm going to, again, dial back into censorship. I try to highlight, especially when they try to censor someone that's done really good work. And shout out to whoever it was. I believe it was in YouTube that posted in chat a few days ago about asking about, nobody's really talking about what's happening with the riots and stuff. Well, I, again, ventured on, got the link and ventured on to check out Andy on Twitter, because he is such a bastion of truth when it comes to that. He's always reporting it. So in doing that, He's a little busy right now. He's a little busy because Antifa mobs a Portland bookstore that is selling his book. So these people have been targeting a bookstore for the last few days, apparently, where they're demanding that they remove this man's book. Forget the fact that they have they sell all kinds of radical books that they're controversial and whatever, but they've been going after him hard, so hard. I'm going to share my audio in just a second. I'll do it on the next one. But then remember the New York Times writer who gained woke fame for blasting dumb ass fucking white people. I don't know. I can't listen. I can't say it is what it is. Targets dangerous conservative reporter. Remember when the New York Times, they hired this woman that was tweeting out all kinds of racial stuff, and they put her on anyway. They gave her a job anyway. Well, yep, she's one of these that are coming after it, talking about how dangerous he is, and Twitter should ban him. And, these are the same people that call other people neo-Nazis and Hitler-like. The ones that are demanding people be silenced and removed. It's the hypocrisy times 12. But this is guy right here, this Jim is what I'm going to show you. This is what he's dealing with. When talk about all the things that happen at Capitol Hill in one day, in a couple hours. And this stuff's been going on with these idiots for 3 years. If you'll remember, they attacked that federal building in Portland, said Molotov cocktails, trying to light it on fire. They've tried to swing hammers at National Guard and police officers' heads. The list goes on and on. We've covered it. You've followed it. And all that stuff happened, and the media said how they come out, talked about how they were heroes. And then here's this moron right here. If he wants his 15 minutes,
Andy, you all right? I will most certainly be there today at 1 o'clock. And I'm glad you noticed, my friend. I'm glad you noticed. Because guess what? I'm coming for Amazon next. I'm coming for every online distributor that you're trying to publish with. Andy, no, I will personally make sure you have no way to sell this book anywhere in Portland, anywhere in Oregon, anywhere in the Pacific Northwest. I'm talking online. I'm talking shelves. Andy, no, this is my personal mission to fucking destroy your career.
Yeah, that gem of a person right there. So I'm going to do what we do best. This is just a little bit of Andy's work. He doesn't just tweet. He actually writes for the Post Millennial. This is a journalist that was charged over an Antifa stabbing attack in Albany. Big tech continues to censor conservatives. This is a guy that Andy reported on. Right there is his name. He wrote this with another Mia. I'm assuming she's a woman. An admitted Antifa member and independent journalist was arrested over the stabbing of 2 Trump supporters outside the state capitol in Albany, New York on Wednesday. One of the victims had an eviscerated bowel and required emergency surgery. Alexander Stokes Contompacius, 37 of Resliner, New York, has been charged with felony first-degree assault, second-degree assault, 2 counts of criminal possession of a weapon, and second-degree menacing over the stabbing of 2 men that occurred during a brawl in East Capitol Park between Antifa and pro-Trump Stop the Steal protesters. This jewel, awesome. I mean, nothing looks wrong there. But remember, these people have gone with the support of mainstream media for 3 years. So he wrote about this guy that nobody else will write about. You never hear about. And then this is his book. It's the one that they're now picketing, writing, whatever. I'm going to share this with you guys. This is the website where you can find it wherever he's selling it. It's unmasked, and it's inside Antifa's radical plan to destroy democracy. And, we do what we do. We don't need Antifa to tell us what we can and cannot have. And I'm not going to start with Andy, no, because that guy telling you right now, that guy has put up with a lot. He's the one that has had the brain bleed whenever Antifa attacked him. Some of you guys know. And everybody, it's like right now, there's Antifa carrying signs that the woman that died that day in Capitol Hill, she deserved it. Yeah. They're walking around with signs saying she deserved it. But we're the evil people, right? We're the horrible human beings. So spare me. But there's the link if you want it. That's where he's selling his book. And I highly encourage you, if you support Andy No and anything that he has done, consider buying his book. Because, screw Antifa.
Well, speaking of screwings, down your way, we got some issues with your KFC bucket of chicken congressman down there, if you recall from back in the day, who pulled his little stunt. Same guy, Dem lawmaker, introduces resolution to abolish the Electoral College. How would it be done? This out of Sarah Carter today. Steve Cohen, this joker of a representative, how he's elected, I'm guessing he probably wasn't. He was probably stolen via Dominion. Introduced a resolution of the House Judiciary Committee Monday to abolish the Electoral College. And I'm sure this genius here knows better than our founding fathers. Says more than a century ago, we amended our Constitution to provide for the direct election of U.S. senators, Rep. Cohen added in a statement. It is past time to directly elect our president and vice president. The Electoral College is a vestige of the 18th century, when voters didn't know the candidates who now appear daily on their phones and television screens. Yeah, because that's exactly what our founders were thinking, idiot. Cohen added, last week's mayhem at the Capitol shows that attempts to manipulate the Electoral College vote by politicians employing falsehoods is a real danger. The president should always be elected by the people, not by politicians. And so here we see this joker's statement there. The following is Rep. Cohen's proposed amendment. Article, Section 1, the president and vice president shall be elected by the people of the several states and the district constituting the seat of government of the United States. Section 2, the electors in each state shall have the qualification requisite for electors of the most populous branch of the legislature of the state, although Congress may establish uniform age qualifications. Section 3, each elector shall cast a single vote for two persons who have consented to the joining of their names as candidates for president and vice president. No elector shall be prohibited from casting a vote for a candidate for president or vice president because either candidate or both are inhabitants of the same state as the elector. And Section 4 says the pair of candidates having the greatest number of votes for president and vice president shall be elected. Section 5, the times, places, and manner of holding such elections and entitlement to inclusion on the ballot shall be determined by Congress. Oh, wasn't that typically reserved by the states? So I guess, hey, states, you can't do it, right? Congress knows better. The Congress may, by law, provide for the case of the death or any other disqualification of a candidate for vice president or president before the day on which the president-elect or vice president-elect has been chosen, and for the case of a tie in any election. And Section 7 says this article shall take effect 1 year after the first day of January following ratification. In order to pass a constitutional amendment, it must be proposed either by Congress with a 2/3 majority vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, or by a constitutional convention called for by 2/3 of the state legislatures, according to the National Archives. It only becomes an amendment when it is ratified by 3/4 of the states, 38 of 50 states. So again, these jokers are going to push and propose all the backwardization they possibly can to further drive a dagger into this country. The chances of it happening are probably slim to none, but nonetheless, these are the brainiacs in charge right now.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean by like, it's if you look at what the objective here, it's to keep people pissed off. Okay, it's to keep the country divided. Oh, there are enemies because they don't read enough or they don't know enough, and we watch what they're doing and they're never held responsible. That's not, the media is doing exactly what the media does. They know exactly what they're doing. It's to keep people ticked off at one another, and we don't focus on the bigger problems. But I'm going to get back and cover a couple more of this because I'm going to try and, again, I wish I could remember your name in YouTube, and I hate that I cannot. But I will bring this up too quickly. Andy No said the land back message written on the restaurant is the same message BLM and Antifa have been leaving on vandalized property and businesses in their Portland riots. So this was from the 11th, a couple days ago. It says, Shalom Y'all Restaurant, a Jewish eatery in Portland, Oregon, was horrifically vandalized with Free Palestine and other disgusting graffiti. Any condemnation regarding this, Rashid Tlaib at AOC, are you only concerned when the anti-Semitism comes from the white Nazis? But this, again, this is what you're looking at, in Portland, where This is you want to talk about targeting a group of individuals based on their race or ethnicity or religious preference. Hello. But again, this is what it's done. It fires people up. Here's another one that was written about leftist journalists collude with big tech to attack independent journalists. We all know it's happening. This is, it's not a shock to us. Some people pay attention and write about it. Of course, this is in the Federalist. It's not going to be in the Washington Compost or the New York Times. And if it does, the person that writes it usually quits the next day or is forced into some kind of, resignation. But it says the blatant mainstream media's bias we've seen since 2020 has taught us anything. It's the independent reporting and news outlets are essential to keep any real understanding of events in the United States. Yet leftist journalists and mainstream media are calling for unelected big tech companies to deplatform independent journalists. Among those being nominated for cancellation are, here we go, Andy No, editor-at-large for the Post Millennial, where I'm also an editor, The Blaze's Elijah Schaefer, Molly Hemingway of The Federalist, Dasha, you might could say that better, Breaking, you probably know these names, Nekrasova, and Anna Kachiyan. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong, guys. If you can say it better, please. Of Red Scar, and Dan Bonagino. Schaefer was removed from Facebook and Instagram and Red Scar, and its hosts were yanked from Twitter, as was Bonagino. The move to an alternative social media platform, Parler, has been hindered by Google and Apple's app stores refusing to carry the app and by Amazon nuking Parler servers. If you don't think this is a targeted attack, look at the names right here. Google, Apple, Amazon, all at once attacking Parler. And people want to say, oh, these companies haven't gotten big enough, or that's capitalism or whatever. There's also something called a monopoly. And these people are all about it. They organize and they get rid of it. And if you don't think this election has boldened some morons to think that they can get away with it, then look at what's happening again in Portland. This is the mob of leftist journalism demanding the ouster of other journalists is a horrifying trend. But it's all in the name of social justice. Many demanding the removal of President Donald Trump's accounts from Twitter. And now that Twitter has banned him permanently, they rejoice in the squashing of free speech. As No told me, left-wing journalism see an ally in Twitter and now feel emboldened to make more demands of censorship. Some of the stuff that freaking Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has tweeted out, you want to talk about like getting your blood boiling. But if you'll remember that day when we covered, by the way, that day that we covered what was going on in D.C. on the 6th has been removed from YouTube. The entire show, the whole 7 hours, was taken down by YouTube. Yes, it was. But this is what he tweeted out. And if you'll remember that day, I said, I have no doubt that there were people, Antifa likes or Black Lives Matter, in the middle of those crowds antagonizing the supporters that were in there. That's what they do. They embed themselves. And then if you watch these videos or have been for the last 3 years, they're the ones that'll go smash a freaking window. They'll go smash a window, and then the whole crowd gets amped up, and then people kind of fall suit, some of them, right? That's what they do. And here it says, right here, it says one of the men who was part of the siege of the Capitol building is John Earl Sullivan, an extreme BLM activist from Utah. He was arrested and charged in July of 2020 over a BLM Antifa riot where drivers in Provo were threatened and one was shot. There he is. There he is. So, and listen to all these people go up on Capitol Hill. You even had McCarthy come out there and say, oh, President Trump needs to take responsibility for what he did. I'm sorry. Was everybody blaming Bernie Sanders when Steve Scalise was freaking shot and all those Republicans were targeted? And then I saw this meme and I thought it was pretty daggum on the money. Your outrage is manufactured. BLM riots versus the Capitol riots. BLM, I'm going to go left to right. So I'm going to read the lefts and then I'm going to read the rights. Lasted 7 months, lasted several hours. Condemned mostly by Republicans, condemned by all Republicans and Democrats. Encouraged by media and politicians, encouraged only by fringe political groups. Police force used. 23 plus people shot Dead, one person shot dead. 700 officers injured, 14 officers injured. 150 plus federal buildings damaged, one federal building damaged. Hundreds of small businesses destroyed, no small businesses destroyed. No outrage, nationwide outrage. Again, because they push a certain narrative. That's what they want to do. And I don't think that part of that narrative is not to piss all of us off, to get us outraged. They want us to fight one another. They want us to pay attention to being mad at the other American citizens because they're against us, or they're stupid and they're pushing for these socialist stuff. Listen, there's an argument there. Okay, people that are pushing for socialism need to go talk to some of these Chinese Americans, and maybe they'll get a damn clue. But that's the goal, is to keep us all pissed off at one another while they sit back and drink their martinis in Cabo San Lucas with their feet up on their 72-foot yachts out in the middle of the ocean. That they don't care. They don't give a damn. Politicians aren't going to change anything, just like CEOs aren't going to try and change anything. They care about one thing, and that's money. And as long as they're making it, like I wish I could pull that up quickly. Maybe I can. While you talk about something really quick, I'll see if I can find it.
All right. Well, along those lines, while you dig that up, a lot of folks have been migrating, obviously, off of Twitter and the Facebooks and whatnot. Obviously, there's been a huge uptick on the Gab side. We've talked about that, about a 750% increase in that over recent days. We're talking millions of page loads in that and short amounts of time. Obviously, Gab is independent, having been down this path now the better part of 2 years ago. Parler obviously going to have to ante up and do much the same if they are to survive. But for the meantime, they're obviously down. Telegram is yet another one that people have been flocking to. And I think they have picked up something in the neighborhood of like 25 million or something along those lines. Telegram, I think, has over 500 million, something like that, subscribers. But don't think for a second that they're not going to go after Telegram as well, because they rely on a lot of the same services, the Amazons, the Googles, and whatnot, upstream of them as well for hosting. So Politico had this out, says Telegram tries and fails to remove extremist content. And of course, this is after the January 6th incident. I believe they have gone after Telegram in the past, but scores of posts and online groups containing violent content linked with the recent riots in Washington have been removed from Telegram, the encrypted messenger, according to the company. Yet, despite the move, Telegram remains rife with far-right and white supremacist groups, with several of their channels garnering tens of thousands of subscribers, according to a review of the network by Politico. Several channels specifically associate themselves with the Proud Boys white supremacist movement, while others urge people to take up arms ahead of President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration on January 20th. In recent days, following the closure of Parler, the social network that caters primarily to the right wing, and efforts by Facebook and Twitter to scrub their platforms of hateful material, far-right users have flooded to other social networks like Telegram, which has seen 25 million new users sign up worldwide over the last 3 days, according to the company's chief executive. These companies have responded by removing some harmful material. Telegram said that while it welcomed peaceful discussions about potential real-world protests on its platform, it regularly removed content that was connected directly to violence. In the past 24 hours alone, we have blocked dozens of public channels that contain calls to violence and continue monitoring the situation closely, Mike Ravdanikis, a Telegram spokesperson, told Politico, though would not say how any channels had been removed. Our terms of service expressly forbid calls to violence. And of course, people are also heading over to TikTok, etc., and of course, Gab. But again, this is big tech trying to assert their dominance over everybody, squash out any competition, and put you back in line, because it is their speech that is protected, folks. It's not conservative speech. No. We're a right-wing extremist. Never mind the fact that BLM and Antifa clearly have pages all over at Jack's platform. You can find those under Democratic Socialists of America and many other fronts, all aligned with the George Soros types. No. Look over here. Not there, folks. And never mind the fact that, guess what? not one scintilla of evidence to prove that Parler had any sort of meeting places or plans in place for January 6th. But you want to know where you can find that? Well, none other than Zuckerberg's platform. We covered that in an article last night. So the censorship continues.
Well, talking about that, yeah, guys, I don't know if it sunk up, what happened. Maybe it just took a few minutes, but we're working. We are working. That is us on Peeled, and this is us on the app. So we are working. Yay. That should be great. There again, and if you get the app, it's really easy to see all the people that are signed up over here on the left. I'm hoping for the UK audience and the people in other countries, not just the UK, everywhere, whether you're from the Netherlands or Ireland or wherever, that this app will help you with the issues I know you guys have sometimes with the streaming and stuff with the other platforms. But that's it. Just want to let you know we're up and we're moving.
Looks like we're the only ones live on there at the moment, so I wonder if it's an issue they have with a little bandwidth with a couple shows running all at the same time. But I'm sure they'll get it ironed out.
Yeah, maybe. That could be. Could very well be the issue. So, but it's all good. Listen, again, when people are new and they're trying to do something, independently as patriots, there's a learning curve. There's, you have to grow it out and build it up, and it's kind of the same thing that Gab's going through right now.
Yep.
Say what you will about like Gab and stuff, but breaking has been on the Gab train forever since I've known him. Yeah, and he was like, "Listen, get to Gab, get to Gab, get to Gab," and everybody's like, "No, okay, all right." And then look what happened.
It's okay, you can say I'm right.
Breaking's over there with his feet up, smoking a cigar over on Gab for 3 years, and everybody's like, my Gab won't come up. Breaking's like, well, try to tell you asses.
Got my stogie and my scotch on the rocks over here, sitting in my my robe in front of the fireplace, just burning $100 bills, y'all.
Well, it's the same thing. It's the same thing too with D Live and Twitch and stuff. When we started 5x5, that's one of the first things that Breaking did was set up 5x5's D Live and like Twitch account. That's one of the first things he did. And he was like, we got to make sure we're on these other platforms and stuff. So again, and I'm not shooting anybody here or trying to knock anybody. I'm just saying for him, for Breaking, it was important. And now we see how I think important it is. We're looking at where everybody's at. And two, I'm going to say before you share that is, I don't say this often. We have that commercial that Constitution ran for us, and I'm very grateful for it. I don't run it like ask for donations and stuff like that. We did have to extend our Restream account in order to stream another platform. And so I just want to say thank you for the people that support us anonymously, the people that give us the lemons and the diamonds and the ice creams, everything. The super chats when they come through. I will tell you though, the ones that the mods will put out for the Streamlabs and like the PayPal, and then if you become a Patreon, they take less. Just be honest with you, when you drop something in YouTube, Google gets 30%. D-Live's pretty good. They don't take a lot of it. They're pretty fair about it. But it does help, guys. And we do this because we have a passion for it. We want to do it, but it's not free. I'm not starving to death. Don't think of that. By no means, please. I'm not going to be ones that keep my lights on because my lights are going to stay on. I'm sorry, but if that came down to that, I got to go. But it is appreciated, and maybe we don't thank you enough. And it's just strange for me because I've always done this as a volunteer, and me actually asking for donations is strange because I don't want to anybody think I'm a patriot. But we just do appreciate it. All right, sorry, I did my little ho-hum.
Well, there you go. Constitution 1A out in chat says, hey, I can help you finish that commercial. Yeah, we may take you up on that to extend services for all the various platforms we're on. So inquire within.
But I've DM'd Constitution. Just where I'm at. Come find me. I'm off Twitter, dude. I'll put out my Gab real quick if I can get on Gab. Gab's going through some growing pains.
So speaking of keeping the lights on, there is a risk that some might not have lights here very soon. Zero Hedge kicked this out this morning. Edison may black out 24,700 customers due to fire risk. And that was all that they kicked out. There hasn't been an article. I've not found anything else upon further digging. The question I have is, which Edison are they referring to? Are they talking about California or are they talking about New York? I'm not real sure. I've not been able to find a lot of sauce on that. Maybe you guys have seen this come out, but I find it rather suspicious given the timing of events and that are coming up. So head on a swivel, folks, and this is what I'm talking about. Obviously, in the next week, the inauguration, all that stuff, there has been a buildup of National Guard folks in the D.C. area. I think the other day we found out that they've got 6,000 active with potential up to about 15,000. Now this is caught on video, National Guard gearing up with rifles, riot shields at the Capitol. This was updated about 12:30-ish today. BuzzFeed's Paul McLeod reports about 3,000 total National Guard troops sheltering in the Capitol right now. So apparently there's no place to stay. And guess what? They are literally laid up in the Capitol, no cots, no nothing, with all their gear laying in the hallways. Says, I'm told there are about 3,000 total National Guard troops sheltering in the Capitol right now. Had to stay there overnight because there was nowhere to put all 15,000 troops being brought into D.C. for inauguration from various state National Guards. New York sent 1,000 as an example. Says this is nothing less than a logistical nightmare, as thousands of guardsmen had no folding cots to sleep on. As of noontime update moments ago, Acting Metropolitan Police Chief Robert Conti said the National Guard is boosting the numbers of guardsmen around the Capitol complex to more than 20,000. So there we go. And now it's gone from 6 to 15 to now 20,000. I'm going to touch further on that in a subsequent article. Says with respect to the National Guard, those numbers, the final numbers, because this has been designated as a national special security event, the final numbers will be provided from the United States Secret Service, Conti told reporters. I think you can expect to see somewhere upwards beyond 20,000 members of the National Guard that will be here in the footprint of the District of Columbia, he said. This is a substantial increase from over the weekend when 6,000 were deployed. The number was increased to a total of 15,000 on Monday. And now we're up 20,000 guardsmen are expected to be armed and patrolling the Capitol grounds. And it makes us wonder, how large is the threat ahead of President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration on January 20th? And so now back to the original article from earlier this morning. It says the Associated Press, citing the Secretary of the Army, said the National Guard's troops in the Washington metropolitan area, especially around the Capitol complex, could carry assault rifles and pistols, though the decision was under review. Says Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy told the AP Friday the military could let guardsmen carry M4 rifles or 9mm Berettas in a few days. Says we come to find out on Wednesday morning, CNN's Josh Replogle reports that racks upon racks of rifles and pistols were unloaded from military vehicles and distributed to troops. And apparently we see that there. Says dozens of pictures of guardsmen sleeping inside the Capitol were armed with what appears to be M4 rifles by their sides. This comes after days of unarmed guardsmen seen around the Capitol earlier this week. And of course, there we see that. Says some of the pictures are stunning, with lawmakers walking halls of the Capitol with guardsmen asleep on the floor next to their assault rifles. Yeah, very interesting. More pictures of armed guardsmen all around the Capitol building. And it says this means that the military has given the orders to arm guardsmen ahead of what could be chaos during President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration on January 20th. We noted this morning that the FBI is racing to track down hardcore insurrectionists that could be preparing for a fight next week. And so far, this thing has got about 85,000 views. That at a Zero Hedge. Now, flash forward into some local news around my particular area. We've had local troops activated ahead of presidential inauguration as well. Around Peoria here, it says area troops will be deployed in support of the 59th presidential inauguration. About 45 security forces, airmen from the 182nd Air Lift Wing, based in Peoria, the 183rd Wing, based in Springfield, and the 126th Air Refueling Wing, based at Scott Air Force Base, will be activated in addition to approximately 10 soldiers with the 5th Civilian Support Team, based in Bartonville, supporting the District of Columbia's National Guard's 33rd Civil Support Team. Supporting the presidential inauguration is a great opportunity for the Illinois National Guard to be part of history and represent the state of Illinois, said Major General Richard Neely, Adjutant General of Illinois and Commander of the Illinois National Guard. Our soldiers and airmen are highly trained, and I have full confidence in their abilities to support local and federal agencies as needed. Approximately 100 Illinois Army National Guard military police soldiers from the 404th Maneuver Enhancement Brigade's 33rd Military Police Battalion will support the inauguration. The battalion is based in Bloomington with subordinate units in Springfield, Freeport, and Fort Sheridan. In addition, a small medical team is being activated to support the military police. Another 30 airmen from the Illinois Air National Guard will be activated to provide communication, logistics, and religious support. The Illinois National Guard will assist federal and local agencies to ensure safety and security during the inauguration. So, coupling those two articles together, we know that several National Guard have been deployed out of New York. We now have confirmation that troops or National Guard are being deployed here out of Illinois. But notice what they said. You got about 100 military police, and then you also have what they called here toward the very end of the article. They said that they've got communications, logistics, and religious support. Religious support. That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, listen, that's a whole other topic for a whole nother show, because again, I live in the Bible Belt. I'm a religious person. I was lucky enough to have a grandfather that was a Baptist, but he always told me it didn't matter your denomination, it mattered your relationship with God. But there are a lot of churches out there that, unfortunately, they've latched onto this new age kind of religious practice, where that's what they preach, and getting away from actually the words in the Bible. And I don't know, again, that's why even with us, be careful who you follow, and with Christ especially, be careful who you follow. If they move you and if they're speaking the word, then that's what matters to me. But if they're out there telling you that abortion's okay, and that I don't know, just think about it, because they're all it's just like with anything, with politicians or lawyers or whatever. You're gonna have your good, you're gonna have your bad. What's that guy's name that looked like a freaking crazy person when talking about his new plane he needed? Oh my God, what's his name? If you say it, I'll know it.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I would suppose probably another theory on that, on why so many troops and the types of National Guards being brought up. But I think many of you will probably understand where I'm heading here. Obviously, probably not good for the airwaves to discuss. We'll let it ride as is, and we'll see how it plays out in the end. But perhaps the religious support might be for those that might be contemplating a little suicide and might need a suicide hotline number to call.
Copeland. Sorry. Everybody's saying Copeland. I was like, Copeland, that's it. Gertie Lady Copeland. And D-Live. Yep. I love y'all guys. Like Paula, Polly, and John are like, then Michelle said, "Oh, Steve, listen, he's another one. He's another one out there like, oh my God, I'm not going to open up my doors to a tsunami until I'm bullied into a corner. But hey, I'm going to go hide out in my $15 million mansion. Praise Jesus." All that shit makes me sick. I can't stand it. Anyway, go ahead. I had a great relationship with my grandfather. He was my influence in my life. And he always told me that denomination doesn't make you who you are. It's your relationship with God is your relationship with God. That is, at the end of the day, that's what matters. And whatever, who out there said, roll tide, super Tad. Go Vols, Rick Allen. Don't be on Tad's side with his daggum. He's in Tennessee now. Tad can't say that anymore. Tad's in Tennessee. Sorry. It's a Tennessee, Alabama thing. It will never go away. Even I don't even watch sports, and especially after everything that's went on. But Tennessee and Alabama have had this freaking thing for as long as I've been alive. The football teams, Roll Tide and Go Vols. I know people don't get it. Sorry, go ahead. Interrupted your news to give you that little Roll Tide bashing.
Oh, I'm out.
I've always tried to remember things that'll make me laugh, but and I have to, because there's so many people, and I get it. It'll come to me and ask my opinion, or ask me how I feel about what's going on right now, and I don't have the answers. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know. You try to encourage them, but I'm also very honest with them. I'm very raw with people. I don't tell people what they want to hear. I tell people the things that I'm hearing. I know I'm not putting any conservative, Republican, libertarian in a box. I'm not putting y'all in a bubble. You're all individuals that have all different experiences in life. You're all at a different degree of pissed offness, or whatever. We're individuals. So I'm not going to jump on board of everybody needs to feel a certain way. That's just not realistic. I'm not going to expect anyone to. And if you don't feel like the guy messaging right below you, that's okay. I'm not going to tolerate people in this on this channel or this chat room lambasting somebody because they have a question. You don't care anymore. Oh, shut up. I was here seeing enough of that shit on Twitter where, people are silenced for having an opinion. Hell to the no. Now, be respectful about it. You don't have to be a jerk, but you're very entitled to your freaking opinions here. Whether people agree with you or not. Just don't be a jerk. Don't be a jerk. Don't call people names and stuff. That's unnecessary. It is what it is. It is what it is. Off steps off soapbox, hands over soapbox to breaking. Come on, brother. Oh my God, is that right? We got 1,362 viewers on Peeled. What? Our first day? Is that right? Look at this. Am I seeing this correctly? Look. That's what it says, right? That's crazy. Well, hello? Look, I said we're here, and then somebody give me a smiley heart face. But hey, how you doing over there, Peeled? I'm glad I didn't mess anything up too much. I thought I'd put in something wrong. So thanks for hanging out with us. That's pretty cool. Wow. Peeled is on a roll. If you're not going to Peeled, check it out. That's the chat room, by the way, and I'm trying to figure it out too, guys. Listen, I'm new to some of this stuff as well. I don't know everything. But I've got to learn shit too, guys. Like when I had to come over to D Live, oh my God. I was like, what the hell is this? And I just had to figure it out. Spectre. Where you at, Spectre?
Yeah, I'm done.
No, you ain't, guys. You gotta have something else to say. Daddy's always a few minutes late. Got nothing for me? You need to put out your Gab account. Hello?
Yeah, I can't get to any of that at the moment.
Oh, you froze up?
No, the site net that I use is down, and Gab is pretty well finicky today. Seems the best time to get on it is in the wee early hours of the morning here, about 5 a.m. or so before the masses get on, apparently. So throughout the day, it's pretty tough to get on Gab. It'll smooth out.
Will you do me one favor? I know you don't do it very often, but will you put out your link to your Patreon where you write your books every month?
No.
Why?
That's all part of what is in my equivalent of Linktree and that I use. And like I said, that platform is down at the moment. And I think that's also tied in with QAG and everything else. So I'll have to get a hold of the folks behind the scenes and see what's going on there. But at the end of the day, all these platforms are going to be under attack. The Cloudflare's net that are providers for DDoS protection, all that good stuff. They're going to have their hands full, and that includes the 8kuns, Tiger Network, all that. We've been dealing with a lot of that stuff here over the last, I'd say, 48 to 72 hours. So we'll deal, but it'll be a challenge to get information out to you guys.
It's all good. I found it while you were talking. So I'm going to share it, and I'm going to give Breaking a little bit of props here. He does not do this very often, and I'm doing it right now, whether he likes it or not. He does this. This is what he does every day. He goes and archives the news and has this massive Excel data sheet where he puts all the news. By the way, this is free, so I don't want to hear no Patriot stuff. He doesn't do that. But he writes these books out every month. He publishes them at the end of every month, and you'll have longer books or shorter books, and it's literally chock full of all the news that has happened within that month. And at some point, we should probably back up. And he's the only, by the way, he's also the only person that I know that has the actual complete list of the certain 17 anon and I don't know if anyone else has that. I'm sure maybe you know someone breaking. I don't. Where even the ones that was deleted.
I think Q Alert just put out a PDF in recent days. If you're on Gab, that you can download all of that stuff in one shot. Back in the early days, I think it was who was it? And We Know was the guy who was putting all this stuff together back 2018. The route that I took is I just broke it up on a per month basis and snuck it in with the articles. So since the beginning, everything is there. Every single post, every single screen grab, every single article, link, video, whatever was encapsulated in the post are all there. And regardless of what happens to Patreon, if they decided to deplatform me, well, guess what? I've got it interspersed in other places around the webosphere too, should that happen. That being said, those that know what I do, if you go underneath my profile on Gab, you'll see pinned right to the top a lot of the articles now that I have put together since November 3rd, all of the fraudulent BS that has taken place. My latest count for version 3 of that is about 5,400 articles across multiple outlets, covering all of the various affidavits, all the court cases, all the pressers, all the video evidence, you name it, it's pretty much all there. So I may do one final update to that here before long. May take a little bit of time to get there just because the huge influx of Newsnet, literally drinking from a fire hose behind the scenes, but we'll probably get one more out, and that'll probably be the end of that for all the swing states and whatnot. And then I think probably the next thing I'll do is probably kick out something similar for all the COVID stuff, and I'll just call that the COVID files.
Well, I think that again, he doesn't ever highlight it very often. And he does it in the background. And just to give you an example, let's see, what was it? How many articles did you have and pulled last year?
Last year, I've not even been able to do a count yet because I'm about a month behind with all the stuff that I've pulled for all the election-related stuff. The year prior, I was north of probably about 46,000 articles. So again, if you fold in November, December here with about 5,000 articles just in those 2 months alone, and that's on top of what I normally do, I'm probably pushing, I don't know, I'd say somewhere 50 to 60.
50 to 60 what?
1,000 articles.
Yeah, you need to clarify that. See, he says like 50, 60, and people go, oh, that ain't too many. He's 50 to 60,000 people, 1,000. So to me, breaking's like say someone I'll go to for biblical references because he knows the Bible really well. If you're trying to find a Q post, I was trying to find a certain Q post. Oh, I'm saying this on air. Look at this. I'm on the other one. I don't care. But the other day, and I'm like, hey, can you help me? And we start digging through. And in the beginning, all I remembered, because I study symbology, was the actual statue out in front of the building. I didn't remember anything about the picture. I remember there was like some bush beside it maybe, but it was the statue that I was interested in. And we're doing this, we're having this conversation trying to help me find it. He says, was it the one that has the building with the red line and on it? And I was like, I don't know. I just remember the statue. And so after 30 minutes of digging and finally find it, I'm going through every single 2018 post. Okay. I finally stumble on it and I find it and I pull up the picture and guess what it is? Right behind it is the picture of a building with the red line across it. I'm not kidding. You can't make that up.
It was the Shenzhen Stock Exchange and that. I couldn't remember off the top of my head. I knew it was financial related and it was in Southeast Asia. Placed the picture. I just couldn't remember how I had it keyworded for my own indexing. So now that I've landed upon it, I've made sure that I appropriately tagged it behind the scenes. So yeah, that's what we do. Do the same thing with Homesteader periodically. Matter of fact, we just had one here this morning. He hit me up and says, hey, do you remember what post had the Vendetta related stuff? I says, yeah, sure. Here you go. Here's the two that highlighted it. Here's the YouTube. And it looks like they already burned the YouTube account in which it was referenced. So I've had to go back and find backups to it. And away you go.
Yeah. Well, look, again, he doesn't highlight it much. He doesn't say a whole lot about it, but he is someone that he doesn't even realize it. I'll tell him this all the time, that when you're in the middle of having a conversation about it and, a given topic, it's not normal for someone to be like, oh yes, remember back in June of 2018 when so-and-so did so-and-so, and you just kind of stare like, no, but he's that person in a conversation. So, so it's,
no, I think the one you were
highlighting
last night out of your video was like, what was it, back in 2017 when a junket or something ran into a Navy ship out in the Southeast, like June 2017, something like that. It says, yeah, let me go look and see if I can find it. Yep, sure enough. Here's the article out of Zero Hedge from around June 16th, 17th, around there. And at the time, we thought that it was GPS spoofing and that, but I think the color in that you had behind it is that they've been playing this underwater game for some time, underwater mines and everything else. That there's a whole nother war going on that we're not even aware of.
Yeah, so again, it's amazing. Okay, it's still downloading. Maybe there was, okay, if it doesn't, Constitution 1A. Got you, Constitution 1A. And all the way, Annie, get your gun. Let me say this really quick before I forget. She's like, I wish you could share the channel, but Twitter's gone and don't have Facebook. I'm going to say this again towards the end of this show. Guys, if you have been kicked off Twitter or wherever else, and you have made and went another account somewhere else, Gab or Parler, wherever, please feel free. It's easier in DLive, I know it, to post your information in there. My mods are not going to ban you. I want people to be able to find where you are. And with everybody being purged, I believe this is what this community is supposed to be about, trying to make sure we bring you guys together. Okay. So feel free to post your links out there so people can find you. YouTube, you're going to have to be a little creative, but it's okay. Put Gab in the front, then who you are, or your link or whatever. And then Twitch, the same thing. I'm not very familiar with Pilled and how they are with links, but I'm sure, again, you guys can figure that out. The workaround. You've been in YouTube long enough. You know how to do little workarounds when you can't post links. But please do that. Feel free here to do that. I want you guys to be able to find one another. Yeah, exactly. And Vernon and Tad will probably help you. Again, if you're not a mod, you can't post links on the YouTube side, but you guys can kind of figure it out. Yeah. Just kind of work around it. There you go. Andy says I'm on Rumble under the same name. So I want you guys to feel free to do that because we got to find each other. We got to find one another. And a lot of you guys kind of hang out in the same circles, go into some of the same rooms. So, some people have their different rules, and I respect that for whatever reason. But here, you can post them. Where's Daddy? Come on, Daddy. Daddy taking his sweet time. I don't know where he is. Is he coming? Oh my God. And I don't have Twitter to be able to contact him anymore. Kind of my hands are tied. And I'm not looking at
Well,
YouTube will usually tell me.
while
Vernon
we
said
wait.
Daddy got lost. Oh, please do. I'm gonna mute up. You please cover it because I gotta take care of something real quick.
Yeah, while we're at it, we'll hit some of the notables while we wait for Dee Dee to get in here. Some of the stuff the Anon's digging on here today. All of us at U.S. Cybercom, civilian or uniformed, have taken an oath to support and defend the Constitution. All right. As most people are aware, yes, we should take the oath to the Constitution, not be allegiant to whoever is in charge, but to the rights as spelled out in a Bill of Rights. Apparently, I got a manufacturing mindset here today. The Bill of Rights, absolutely. The Georgia senators that backed Stop the Steal punished by crooked GOP lieutenant governor. Shocker. Not surprised. These guys are emboldened. They think they're going to have their way. And we'll have to see about that when the tables turn. Veritas investigation into voter fraud leads to arrest. Yep, there we go. For those that didn't see, James O'Keefe yesterday talking about one of the guys. I got to mute up here for 1 second, folks. Yeah, I got the old meat wagon rolling by. Nonetheless, yes, James O'Keefe yesterday, that was disclosed with one of the lawyer folks in that over at PBS who was promptly sacked. Apparently more has come out in that regard now, talking the voter fraud. In that regard, vaccination leak documents need sauce link. Not sure which party that is, if that's Pfizer, if that's GlaxoSmithKline, AstraZeneca, which... certainly, we know quite a bit about what's going on there. Department of Energy helicopter is now making many passes over DC. So kudos to the plane fags, Nat, doing the heavy lifting on that side. I'm sure business will probably pick up over the next 7 days. The U.S. Space Command announced they will not locate their HQ in Austin due to the city's efforts to defund police. The command will be located in Alabama. Alrighty. 2 known Antifa members posed as pro-Trump to infiltrate Capitol protest. Gee, there's a shocker. Didn't we talk about that 2 Sundays ago, that they were wheeled in, had full escort by the LEOs and everything? Yeah, shocker. A little late to the party there, media. Correlation of state of emergency. All right. New York Dem accused of strangling wife turns himself in to authorities. You ever get the sense that these people are just flat out angry? I don't know, maybe it's just me. U.S. Space Command site to be located in Huntsville, Alabama, so more sauce on that. At Sec Pompeo to VOA News, you've told everyone who will listen the truth about the CCPs. Atrocities against its own people in Xinjiang, the stain of the century video. And didn't we see also at the guy that had that sit-down interview with Pompeo from VOA was pigeonholed? They took him off air and put him behind a desk or something. I could be wrong. But yeah, typically Voice of America used to be kind of a propaganda piece. But here as of late, they have actually done fairly well in reporting in China, just as Epoch Times has. I would venture to say that South China Morning Post is probably yet another one that bucks the trend of the CCP media. House erupts when Matt Gaetz screams at Dems for encouraging lighting cities on fire. Oh, heaven forbid. There was gnashing of teeth. And TIA, Total Information Awareness, DARPA. Interesting. So that's just some of the stuff they're digging on. Let's see if there's anything in any of the previous breads. Cybercom. Georgia senators, okay. Correlation, Space Command. Lots of talk of Space Command here today. Let's see, anything else good out of any previous breads? Let's see here. Yeah, not seeing much. So using Tor Onion with Brave browser instructions. Interesting. 8-bit PSA potential resolution for current ClearNet issues affecting some Anons. Yeah, my guess is that they're going for a lot of the platforms in which some of these sites reside, any sort of protections, whatever. President Trump is the only thing left in the way of the CCP taking our nation. Video, letter from NYE County, Nevada Chairman. Trump will be president for another 4 years. Report election/voter fraud directly to Sidney Powell, defendingtherepublic.org. Support Len Wood, fightback.law. Support Sidney Powell, CM Research, Executive Directive 51. All right, so a little bit of stuff in that regard. Other than that, looks like kind of a slow day out there, aside from the shenanigans and BS that Congress is putting forth. And if you were with me last night on the broadcast, I covered about the first 20 pages of said 76-page atrocity that the Dems have put forward by way of impeachable offenses. And it's ridiculous, as you can expect. Nothing more than a sham, just like it was 1 year ago when Nancy Pelosi and company thwarted, all the normal routes of the various committees and that are supposed to do the work behind the scenes, come together and then vote. And of course, the Dems having the majority basically browbeat everything and off they went. And so here we are again. Will it stand? Probably not. I think behind the scenes here today, McConnell has said, initially he said they were going to take a look at it by Friday. And of course, now that has been kicked down the road. So whether or not they look at this on the 19th or first full day of business, it's hard to say at this point. But again, for those that follow a little prophecy behind the scenes, remember what Kim Clement said. They shall cry, impeach, impeach. But nay, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, again, it's like the different arguments that I've heard in the different scenarios I've heard from different people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you, to me, again, okay, let's just dissect it here and be open and honest as we can, right? What's got to happen? What's the last road that can be taken in order for this whole plan to come together? The use of what? The military, correct? Did I lose you?
Are you asking them or me?
It's a conversation between me and you. They're not.
I thought you were on a diatribe here and was waiting for a response from Pat here. Yes,
No.
Of course, as we knew from the very early days, 2017, 2018, we knew the military would probably be the only way.
Okay, so the answer is yes. So that is that's what we got left, is if the military's going to do something or they're not. And we don't know until that happens, and there's a few days left for that to take place. But what I don't want is the people to lose their passion and their conviction and all rested on that one thing, because that doesn't define you as a patriot by betting all your chips on red. That's again, I'm worried for some people that let's just say that doesn't happen, that they'll be so deflated, throw their hands up and go back to watching Housewives of Beverly Hills. And again, I'm the first to tell you guys, take a break and don't absorb yourself into this all the time and get depressed. But I also don't want people to understand that at the end of the day, if you even want to use that as a reference point, 17 always said that the power lied within the people, that people have just forgotten how much power they have. And they've just sat back and taken it. Whatever happens, it doesn't change the fact that we still can, push back and fight for our freedoms and our rights. I'm not taking my ball and throwing it down and walking off the court and slumping home with my outer lip hung out so I can trip over it.
There's plenty to be done, folks. At the end of the day, if you thought it just started or even stopped with voter fraud, you're wrong. If you think at the end of the day it starts and stops with the financial fraud known as the Federal Reserve and fiat currencies, which is not even really money, you're wrong. It starts at birth. This is where it starts. And in order to become self-governing, it starts there. And you have to take control of yourself, period. There's a journey many of us have been taking over the last couple of years to do exactly that. And let's hope that once this thing is done and through here in the next couple of weeks, or however long it's going to take, that's the path forward. Because we need to be on the right side of the coin here, repatriated back to the land and not floating about in the water in their little Admiralty maritime system. And yes, there is a path to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, and again, that's what I'm saying is people cannot, if you're resting all like everything on a certain event, don't let that define you. Don't let that define who you are as a patriot, no matter what country you live in. That cannot define your, your ability to want to stand up and push back. Or we're in freaking trouble, folks. You know what I mean? We're in freaking trouble. Because I don't want people to throw their ball down and walk off with their lips sticking out. Because we're still here. We're still here for you. We can do, there's a lot that we can do. And I will tell people, I think that's what, if some of us that have been involved, whether it's 3 years or 3 days, we all realize what has taken place in all the countries, all across the world, with Daddy Dragon coming up in here 20 minutes after we start thought you forgot about us.
Well, it wasn't that I forgot about you. Well, it was and it wasn't, right? So,
okay.
Pippa, the little girl that we've been supporting, that's been in a coma. Obviously, the judge just before Christmas, there was a court case that I listened to all week. The judge then come out with an adverse verdict and basically said that he's going to withdraw life support from her. And then he refused appeal. So the mum's tried to get legal aid to continue with a case for appeal, which she can do. And then the appeal people today, Pippa's only got till the 18th. Otherwise, they're going to switch her system off. And basically, the legal aid board have come back and refused to give legal aid. So she needs £30,000 and she's got to raise it. The mum has got to raise it in 2 days. So just before I went on air, I was told about it. And then I didn't realise, but then Pippa's mum rang me and I said, look, you're on air because I'm on air. And she was obviously quite upset. So once it got to the end of that, I switched off the channel a bit early to sort of recompose myself. And then I'll just, my mind ain't composed really. I then sort of transferred myself back onto the channel and say that we've raised £2,000 in an hour. So if we keep going like that, we will raise the money for her, right? And then as I'm on there, everyone's saying to me, shouldn't you be on 5B5? And I'm like, oh. And then I had to teleport myself over here a bit on the lively side.
All right. Well, I'm going to get out of your way because you are, we're about halfway done with this show over here. I want you to get out. And if you want to talk about that, Daddy, talk about it. If you get emotional, you're a human being. I mean, people sent me that daggum video of that puppy that time in Memphis, and I lost it on air. And I can count on one hand how many times that's happened to me. Yeah, but, listen, I watched last night a video of an otter mother out in the middle of the water trying to get away from 2 killer whales, and she'd had a pup with her, and they got the pup. And I mean, I probably cried for 10 minutes straight over a sea otter's pup, because I love animals. So I get it. And when it comes to with humans, it's a whole nother ball game. So talk about it if you want to. People understand. You're human. Yeah. Sometimes it's not a bad thing to show that human side. You know what I mean? Yeah. We're not made of steel up here.
No. I agree.
All right.
And that's the reason why people watch us, because we're not auto cue robots.
Oh, yeah. I'm far from perfect. I am far from perfect. You can just do your best. Okay, Daddy? Okay.
Thank you. Love you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. There. I still got a bye out there. Right, people, as you've just heard. I'm going to send this out first because I ain't sent it out yet, right? we've got 400 people watching and 200 likes. So we need some more likes out there. And we want to send this out there, which I'm going to send out now. And I'm going to also send it out to Facebook. So to reiterate, I think I've just told everyone, we have now got raised over £2,000 in basically an hour. So the more everybody comes together on this, let me just say this to everyone, right? I don't care who you are or what you are. If we can raise hundreds of £1,000s for Tommy Robinson's defence, and this ain't having a pop at him, this is saying how great patriots are, surely we can get 30 grand. Tommy, if you're out there and you're listening to this, if anyone's out there listening to this for Pippa, do us a favour, put all resources into raising this 30 grand for Pippa, and it's going straight into the GoFundMe that her mum has set up. She's distraught because she's only just learned that she ain't getting legal aid, and now she's asking for our help. She's listened to her lawyers who said, don't publicise this, don't do this, don't do that, and it's backfired big time. So we really got to get the information out there. So what I am going to do again is share this, try and get the information out there as much as you can. Let me just click it over and see what it's gone up to now. See what I mean? It's still going up. It's flying up. But that's what we've got to do. We've got to get people to send this link out. And, obviously the mum, hopefully we can resolve something. I've just heard a funny noise. I don't know what's going on there. But there's a GoFundMe. I don't normally put GoFundMes out on any channel. But this is for little Pippa, 5 years old, literally got a death sentence hanging over her. And the solicitors have down tools because they said, well, if we ain't being paid, we don't want to do the appeal, right? I think that's a disgrace. Let's get out, let's get the money. The Legal Aid Board have turned it down. Imagine all the things that they're paying out from public funds. And one of the things that this really shows how bad the left is, because the left are in charge of the Legal Aid Fund. You don't need me to tell you what they're paying for legal aid, right? Working people, just like us, and it is working class people. Pippa's a working class little baby with a working class mum. Her granddad's a bricklayer, right? He's all arthritis up now, right? He's been a bricklayer all his life. But yet it's us, the workers. It's us, the real people. It's us, the business people as well, that push out there and raise this money. The ones that the left hate with a vengeance. The hard workers, the grafters, the real people that are putting the money into the economy. And we still put our hands in our pockets for that 5-year-old child, when all our taxes are paying them ponces in Parliament, are paying them ponces, in the House of Lords, are paying them ponces that have spent their life taking money from us, in this judiciary that is now betraying us, right? That's what's going on here. And it's us, right? Look at a real system of markets, The people out there that have earned millions, and there are some out there that go, I'll tell you what, there's your 30 grand, right? Because they look at something and say that deserves the money. Whereas all these other people lining up, taking our money, demonstrating and going under strike when they've come over to our country on a dinghy, We provide them with housing. It costs us millions to stick them in hotels with 3-course meals every day. And what did the Legal Aid Board do? They give them legal aid. They keep him in the country for another 2 years. And we've got a 5-year-old, one of us, an English girl. It's a disgrace what's going on in this country. An absolute disgrace. So there it is again. I don't know, obviously keeping my composure was very difficult then, right? I just wanted to go through that phone and give her a cuddle. And it's obvious I can't do that. The emotion of knowing that these cruel bar stewards, yeah, are doing what they're doing. They are the most ungodly people on this planet. Who do they think they are? Look what they're doing to us. It's a disgrace. An absolute disgrace. You remember the last time we had it, when President Trump was the one? It's the same type of thing, same type of illness that the kids got. President Trump said, bring her over here. We'll look after her. We'll bring her back round. Him back round. It was a little boy, right? Can you see what's going on here? Absolute disgrace. I've got to make sure I can't keep calm here. Right. That's it. Cigars going in the gob, and I'm going to talk about the other thing. We need as much support as possible. Literally, a couple of hours each. Everyone out there sending it, and say, please send it to 5 other people. This is desperate. They've turned down her legal aid. It's a disgrace. Just give us as much support tonight, tomorrow, and let's hope by Friday we've raised the money, right? And we can say, there's your money, Paula, right? It's in I've cancelled my GoFundMe, right? There was 2 ladies that put some money in it. If you know who you are, cross that money over to Every Bit Helps, cross it back over to Paula's one, which we're going to be putting out there, right? So I want everybody, absolutely everybody, to help us tomorrow. We've got to go out as a team. Let me tell you something now, right? To Laura, and I'm not talking about the Laura on this show, Laura and Mark Collett, I'm asking you, and if anyone's out there that watches their shows, have got their emails, ask them to put it out that they need help. Let's get every single real patriot in this country saying, go for it and make sure this child has every chance to live, right? Let's get this appeal put forward. Let's get this appeal in, right? And then when they say that Paula isn't religious, when she's the only one that swore on the Bible, yeah, then when she's got a tattoo on her arm that literally talks of God, yeah, that her dad has got God bless you on his arm. Some people don't look godly. I don't particularly look godly, and especially when I'm angry. But at the end of the day, Paula is one of God's children, and so is Pippa. And we should be doing everything to give her life. End of. Not like these lefties, you know, Planned Parenthood, and we all know what they're up to. So we need to keep going and keep going and keep going. It's an absolute disgrace what they're doing. Now, let me tell you something now. We're doing so well with this. We've got to absolutely show them. What's that? You need to keep your expenses taken care of. Keep wires cancelled for yourself. Don't know what that means. Trump impeached DD. He hasn't been impeached. National Harm Service. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Right. So the next thing is this. We had a call today at the union, and the call come in from Merseyside Police, and it was in respect to a complaint that had been put in about subject access being harassed by the police and saying that they weren't interested in his press pass, etc., etc. An inspector from Merseyside Police has rung Stephen Morris of the Workers of England Union and said, we have upheld the complaint and it is a press pass and we do recognise him as somebody of the press, right? End of. And basically, they've upheld the complaint and they're sending an apology. I have again spoken to a Metropolitan Police Inspector in reference to Tracy Wiseman. And I can tell you that that complaint is also upheld and is coming our way. And they are recommending training for police officers in respect to, they can't say who's press and who's not press. We've given them everything they need to identify ourselves as a member of the press, and we are. Yeah, I am a member of the press. Tracy is, Subject Access is, UK Tyrant is, and everything else. So all of that and all the people that have signed up for it, we're going to do it. We had another major court case this morning. Robin Tilbrook has been in court all day. Talking to the judge, and the judge just happens, I think he was the judge that, he's a big judge. He was in charge of the libel case, I believe it was, with, what's his name? Someone famous, no point telling you that, is it? His name's on the tip of my tongue. Someone's going to say it in a minute. But so anyway, that he was in charge of a couple, actually quite a few of them. Right, so he's there and he's looking at that. What you've got to understand is what they're doing now, right? So the court case has been by a company called PA Media. PA Media are therefore representing the Press Association Limited, right? And they're saying that they don't like us having Press Association on the same thing, right? But we can have press on the card. That's gracious of them, etc., etc. So what they're doing is having this chat. I think the judge was a bit bemused with why they had attacked us with both barrels when all they had to do was talk to us, right? So what they're actually saying is the card itself, they're asking, let me show you this, instead of it saying, let me show you there, it's exactly the same colour, same press, you'd have your digital photo there, but it's got to say something else. Now, we've got another company that's already been set up, which is English Media Group, right? So that's the name of the company there, English Media Group, and there's your press down the side there. So it's not a major change. And we said, well, we'll think about that. So we are having to think about it. And, we've already got and had set up for a long time media group, English Media Group. We've got English Broadcasting Network as a website and other stuff. So people can start feeding that in. And, if there's lots of different things that you can do. So tell me what you think of that. So I don't know how long it's going to take before we know exactly what we're doing. What we do know is there isn't, as far as I'm aware, there isn't an injunction on us. So we can, simply I'll send that back, and then Steve will just send me out another card exactly the same with the other bit of wording on it. That's it. But will the police still recognise that? Yes, they will. We are now getting complaints upheld by the police to say that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing, right? And that is being acknowledged, that we are press, and that the police are not there to decide who press is and who press isn't. Yeah, if you say you're a member of the press, you're a member of the press. If you've got identification, if you're a member of a union, which I am, and which the people are who've got the cards, and on the number, there's a number there that says ring it. If they choose not to, it's down to them, and they're committing a tort against you because they're stopping you from working. They've got no right to do that. Dave Holden, I sort of agree with what you're saying, but the decisions are not mine. It's down to Robin with the legal brain, who's also acting as a barrister there as well in the High Court, and Steve Morris. Don't forget, I have absolutely nothing to do with running of the union, right? I like the union. It's a good union, and they'll do what's best for everybody. But what I'm saying is we are having win after win after win. And the more we're getting our complaints upheld by the Metropolitan Police now, and also with them, what it is they've got to send out and say, listen, it's not for us to say who is and who isn't a press member. Yeah. And if they don't like it, it's down to them. It ain't our problem. And we'll end up taking them to court. Let me have a look. I have a message above. King of Kings 5x5 needs to tell DD I've contacted Loren from Moving On TV channel. She needs to speak to him. It's about Pippa. All right. Yeah. When do you want that, King of Kings? 5x5 need to tell DD I've contacted Loren from Moving On TV channel. She needs to speak to him about Pippa. Yeah, that's fair. It's gone up to £2,300. So crack on, people. Keep it coming. Right? So we get in there. Experienced any common purpose influence president? Yeah, I know. King of Kings. My email address is, some of the mods will know it anyway, but it is at protonmail.com. Don't forget, King of Kings, to say King of Kings in your in the subject line of the email, and then they'll know who you are. And if you can give me, and then I don't mind giving out my contact details or whatever to sort it out from there. Brilliant step forward and hold the line, then repeat. Stand up and fight for free speech. We are. You need the English name. No, we're keeping the English name. The English name ain't going anywhere. So it will say, for example, English. So we've got a number of things. We've got English Media Group, right, which I ain't really got an issue with. The card still says press on it, yeah. English Media Group, and we've got that. We've also got, what was the other one? English Broadcasting Network is ours, and the website's up and running, which is completely English. And that's what we're going to do with that. Goon and Mum, Daddy Dragon, you have a message above 5x5. I've just seen that message. Goon and Mum, thank you very much for letting me know. Great Amiga, Jesus coming to judge this evil world. Prayer and repentance while you stay calm. Seek the Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you very much for that. Please, dollars will be gratefully received to save Pippa's life. Thank you. Thank you very much. Paul, copy and paste the link. The comments on YouTube. Comments on YouTube. Let me have a look. As long as say press. Yeah, they do say press. Storm in a teacup. Storm in a D cup. D cup. Yeah. Yeah, look, I still ain't got a photo of you. I can't see what you look like in that. That's Sharon Gardner. Let's have a quick look. Any questions for me? Any questions at all? Let me just make sure that I've got that out. I'm going to send out this GoFundMe as well again. And we're going to be fundraising and putting this information out and getting it out there. Again, Mum's rung me while I'm on air. And I wasn't expecting it. So, but she'd only told me an hour or so before. It's obviously going through her mind. She's just found out, and it started doing her nutting. Who want that? can't believe this. Now the solicitors are saying they want £80,000 to £100,000. Paul has just texted me. So if they've told her 30 grand because we're cracking on. Yeah, they've now said £80,000 to £100,000 to do an appeal. This is disgusting. Just keep the money coming in, people, and then we're gonna do it. I'm telling you. I242. Did Tyrant Carniface trigger the police rethink? No, the case that's caused the problem. No, so we'd already been putting complaints in to the police, and they've been upheld. The case that's gone forward now to do with, they've used Tyrant Finder, and made that very disgusting. They said he looks like an escaped convict, the way he's dressed. You know what I mean? They're just the elites that are looking down on people as if there's something they stepped in. What a lot of people don't know is Tyrant Finder UK is recovering from cancer, right? So when you actually look at him, you can see he's got a bit of a drawn face. Basically, he's recovering from cancer, and they're attacking this geezer. He's just had a complete change of lifestyle now. He's literally, he sees things and he says, "I want to tell people." That's it. So you couldn't. That's it. Anyone struggling themselves, don't feel bad. Times are hard, but if you can try circulating to others, it would be even more helpful. Guna Mum, I couldn't say, DD, get different solicitors. Well, what I may do is we could be speaking to Robin tomorrow, but I do know how expensive it is. But they've already paid it up to a point, legal aid. So, it's disgusting. Change people legal team. Perhaps Robin can suggest someone, Paul Dunlop. I agree. That's by the way. Let's have a look. Tyrant Finder only has one lung. There you go. He's got one lung. I didn't know that. Tyrant a Gert Lush Babbers. That's Bristolian, by the way. What is that? I don't know. I've not got any idea what that means. Bloody money grabbing British solicitors, heartless evil scum. Well, there you go. Tyrant Finder. Not a lot of love in the world. No, there ain't. Ray Edmonds, Daddy Dragon, could Robin handle this? I don't know. I haven't spoke to him. I do need to speak to him. I maybe need to send him the details of GoFundMe and see if he can get that sent out. Promissory notes and illegal. What do you think? 20s. Dime bar. We are falling on deaf ears. Who's falling on deaf ears? Hello. Andrew, don't mess it up. Let me just have a quick look and see what we're getting to here on a moment. Let me just have a quick look and see if I can find it. I'll have to cancel that one. I can't get off it. Let's have a look and see what we're up to now. Yeah, well, £2,330. And that's what it says there at the moment. And there's lots of people still paying into the kitty there. So it's still piling in, people. Just keep doing what we're doing. Keep getting the word out there. I will be speaking to some people tomorrow as well. Let's see if we can do a bit of fundraising, maybe ring up some companies, some cash-rich companies and say, look, will you help us out here? I'm wondering if Simon Dolan would help. We have 2 days. There it is there. Yeah, everyone on Twitter's sticking it out there. It's really, really good stuff here. So well done for everyone doing that. Let me get back to my original. It's deaf ears if you want to say. Short Civvy. I have sent TR an email via the news concerning Pippa's case as parlour down. Thank you, Short Civvy. Simon Dolan. Yeah. I mean, Obviously, I don't particularly get on with the geezer, but anyone else can send in messages if you want to do that. What you got to do is go think through the thought process of anyone that you know who's got a public profile, who runs a paper, who does whatever. If we can get this message out on the Daily Express, the Daily Telegraph, the Times, the Financial Times, to say, listen, you know, they've turned down the appeal. Let's do as much as we can for the mum. But it now looks like they've said it's 80 to 100 grand. You might as well call it 100 grand and we'll keep smashing through. But let me tell you something. It looks like if we keep going the way we're going, if we keep working on it, if we keep doing it as one big team to push this message out, if we can do it in the US as well, if we can do it in Australia as well, if we can do it in New Zealand as well, if we can get as much money coming into that to save a 5-year-old child's life, basically, or give her every single option for life, which is what we're doing at the moment. Lawyers are vile, I agree. Whether you know them or not, this is the flood. Remember, keep smashing down barriers, InfoWars. Impeaching Trump calls his thorn in their side. No money involved in saving Pippa's life with a warrior calls Christopher James. I don't get any of that. Call me thick. Miss, I do. Miss things. I mean, running around. Keep that money rolling in. That's it, people. We got 5 minutes left. So this, by the way, I've got to show people this. I know some people just won't like it. I've got to tell you that there it is. Just in case anyone in America, if people keep talking about Irish whiskey, Scottish whiskey. Yeah, there it is there. English whiskey. This was sent to me for my birthday. The English single malt whiskey. It's beautiful, I tell you. Absolutely beautiful. Small batch release. Rum cask matured. Absolutely gorgeous. There it is. I haven't even had a look to see how much it is a bottle because I don't think that's polite. And there it is there again. Have a look at the glass. I'm hoping you can see it. And it says the English on the front of there. And I'm going to say, God bless everyone. And a toast to Pippa, a toast to her mum, and pushing as much as possible so we can raise this money. And a toast to President Trump and his second term. Let's have a look here. Might take up a new hobby. Drinking alcohol kills COVID. Let me tell you something now. They reckon smoking does. People who smoke are not affected by COVID. That's what the evidence suggests. Not saying they want to publicise. Thank you. And Kaylee, Daddy Dragon, Jim Davies, him and Alex Bellyford are good friends. Really? What, Jim Davison? In that case, see if we can get as much as help as possible. Send Jim Davison a thing and say, listen, Jim, give us a bit of help here, son. Right? Because it's the mum who's asking for the help. And when she's in the most distressed state possible, they've told her. And they've told her days before. You know, this is so sad. And really bad. Let's keep them figures going up all the time. So it's the barrister that's asking for all the money. I didn't even think you'd done that good a job, to be honest with you. There you go. We've got Kevin Davin. I don't know what's going on here. I'm getting loads of people sending me messages whilst I'm on air. Alex Bellafield has a YouTube ban. Oh, does he? Tic Tac. I made bathtub hooch and sold it to DD as English whiskey made out of tree bark. Tic Tac, thanks very much for that. Can you share the link for Pippa again, please? It is there, GoFundMe. It is there, GoFundMe. Hopefully you're all getting that. Money, money, money on over morals. Yeah, I know they're bad people. God bless everyone on here. I love you all. Thank you, Sharon Gardner. Ray Edmonds, 5B5, like the look of Foxhole. We'll sign up later. Yeah, I can't work that out. Gooner Mum, correct. National Health Service were earlier experimenting with quick smoking patches to assist reference COVID. My theory is smokers' lungs are always fighting to clear lungs, so chuck out germs too. If that, well, actually, I don't know what it is. And let's have a look. Get a builder and he does a shit job. I don't know what that is. Nice to meet someone local awake and watching real news. Super Jules, how you doing? Gooner Mum, Keck Rangel, I think you're right on that. I don't know what that one's about. But we're going to keep on going. So I do apologise. The show's been a bit of a strange one. But we're going to kick in full on tomorrow. Bang, 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 bang. Let's just get this done and keep pushing with this. That's it, people. I am now going to hand over to Sunny Days ahead. Oh, I know he's sitting in the background.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
You always have such a up voice. I like your voice. You're very happy most of the time.
Well, I try and be happy when I'm not losing my temper with the system and the bureaucrats. But hopefully, I'm going to hand over to you and you're going to have a fantastic show.
All right. Okay. News, and more news.
That's it. But I'm going to be listening because I want to know what's going on over there.
All right. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, everybody. How you doing today? I just really want to thank you, wonderful patriots, for being here. Thank you for 5x5. Soko does a great job. And, if there's no you, there's no 5x5. So we really appreciate you being here. I have to tell you, I am not a poker player. I am not somebody who can hide how I feel or what I think much. I've been struggling. It's been a struggle, but I've just decided I am, sticking with President Trump, and it's not over till it's over. And so there. So I am watching what I say. I am watching who I listen to. I'm trying to be careful. I'm just going to do a news blitz. So these are articles I've pulled. You decide. I don't decide what you think. I'm not telling you what to think, or, I'm just sharing information. And that's what I do. I usually just try to look at what's being shown and kind of decide for myself what is going on. And I try to pick it apart and I try to find other sources. But here we go. Hi, everybody. Thanks for waving. Thanks for saying hello. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the lemons and ice creams and diamonds, you guys, supporting the channel. And if you get a chance, Foxhole is pretty cool. I like it. And another thing I was just going to say, I got on Telegram. I really liked Telegram. Just know that Telegram is I believe it's in Dubai. They talk a good game. I think I really like the way it's laid out. One of the things I like to do on shows is to bring you clips, like different clips of different videos and things I can play. So you're not just hearing me, but and that's one thing I did like about Twitter, but since the Twitter purge, that's few and far between now. And going back to Telegram, just make sure when you get on Telegram, you're using your phone number. Go into your settings and make it private. It gives you a choice if you want nobody to see your phone number. Okay. But I had somebody I trusted, and we were talking one-on-one, and he could see my number. So then I deleted my account and I realized I had to do the privacy settings. Then the next time we went in, I could see his number. Now I don't know why. It was like a one-on-one conversation with this person, and thankfully, I can trust him. I kind of gotten to know him. But I'm not sure if your number will be exposed on Telegram. So just be careful, folks, okay? That's all. All right, so going to my show prep and what I pulled for today. I'm going to head and go and grab it. Okay, good. It grabbed okay, because I've been having a little problem sometimes when grabbing my screens. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play this video. This is Dead Cat. He put this together. He's a friend of the show. Here we go.
Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God, that you may be able to withstand an evil day, and having done all, to stand. Stand therefore, having girded your waist with truth, having put on the breastplate of righteousness, having shod your feet with the preparation of the gospel of peace. Above all, taking the shield of faith, with which you will be able to quench all of the fiery darts of the wicked one. And take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, praying always with all prayer and supplication in the Spirit, being watchful to this end with all the perseverance and supplication for all the saints, and for me, that utterance may be given to me, that I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in chains, and willfully so, that in it I may speak boldly as I ought to speak. Amen.
Cool. I like that. I will grab that link and I'll drop it in chat in case anybody wants it. I saw somebody ask, how is Dead Cat? I believe Dead Cat's okay. He had a birthday about a week ago and we did a little messaging then, and he seemed very good. So there's that. And I'll throw it out there one more time. All right. So I'm not going to read all these articles, but I'm going to go ahead and skim them. Oh, darn, I lost my bookmark. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, here we go. All right. This is a tweet, but I did see an article on it too. It says, just in, CNN airport network will end operations as of March 31st. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not going to miss them at the airport. I don't fly that much, but just to hear them always playing on the airport TVs were like so annoying. Okay. And then this, I don't know if you guys saw this, but the CIA releases UFO Black Vault documents early, how to see them online. I'll drop that link. And if you guys want to check it out, you sure can. Just, it's kind of interesting that, it dropped now and that kind of thing. So, all right, what else did I have? I had a couple more Twitter things. Oh, the president dropped this today, so I'm just going to go ahead and read it. From the Office of the Press Secretary for immediate release, statement from the president. In light of reports of more demonstrations, I urge that there must be no violence, no lawbreaking, and no vandalism of any kind. That is not what I stand for, and it is not what America stands for. I call on all Americans to help us ease tensions and calm tempers. Thank you. And that has always been his stance. So I've never heard him say anything other than that. So, all right, going on to this next thing. Okay. I do have some, I know because with Daddy being on here and us being worldwide, there's some other countries that tune in. So I'm just I pulled some articles from different countries or that highlight different countries. This one is from RT.com, and it's the death of 9,000 infants in Irish homes for unwed mothers proves how little value women had in the eyes of the Catholic Church. Now, this is an article. I do not know who wrote it, so decide what you want to believe about it for yourself. It's by Mick O'Reilly, and he's written for the Express, the Toronto Sun, the Globe, and the Mail. An investigation into mother and child institutions in Ireland calls for both a state apology and redress, but that's too little too late for women who for centuries have been treated as second-class citizens by the church. On Monday in Rome, Pope Francis changed medieval canon law to allow women to undertake more duties during Mass, read scripture, and serve on the altar as Eucharistic ministers among them, but confirmed they cannot be priests. On Tuesday, a damning report into how the church and the authorities in the Republic of Ireland colluded to keep unwed mothers and their children as virtual slaves was released by the government in Dublin. Rome and Dublin might be over 1,500 km apart as the crow flies, but for women, the two events are inextricably connected and show their lot has changed little in 1,500 years. While Pope Francis is working on reforming the 2,000-year-old institution, he leads to bring it into the 20th century. The rest of us have moved on and live in the 21st, where women rightly enjoy equal access and rights. So there's that. There's a snowstorm that's hitting Spain. Snowstorm hits Spain. Madrid braces for heaviest snowfall in decades. This was out of OAN. Kind of interesting. January 8th in Madrid, heavy snowfall brought by Storm Filomena puts parts of Spain, including the capital Madrid, on high alert on Friday, causing traffic congestion and forcing authorities in some regions to deploy the military to clear access to villages. With up to 20 centimeters, nearly 8 inches of snow forecast in 24 hours, and temperatures expected to hover around 0 centigrade for much of the day, the south of Madrid region, including the capital, is on its highest level of alert for the first time since the system was created in 2007. Such events are rare in the region and tend to be disruptive of daily life and mobility, coming at a time when people are returning home from Christmas and the New Year holidays. This year, however, there is less. Oh, it's from the 8th. I so apologize. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I thought all my articles were up to date, but okay. Well, still kind of weird. I don't know that it said that it's unusual for them to get this kind of storm. Let me see. Huh. Okay. On to the next thing. Sorry about that. Okay, this one is looking at the date from January 13th. Italy thrown into political crisis as Renzi sinks government. All right, this is by Crispian Balmer, Gavin Jones, and Angelo Amante. Rome and its rooters. Italy's former premier Matteo Renzi pulled his small party, out of government on Wednesday, stripping the ruling coalition of its parliamentary majority and triggering political chaos, even as the nation battles a resurgent COVID-19. Renzi lambasted Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte's style of leadership, saying he was trying to hoard power, but he left open the possibility of rejoining the cabinet if his demands for a policy revamp and greater accountability were acted on. Let's see. I do not understand. I'm not sure what kind of government Italy has, but I did see this on like one of the like a news bias channel on Twitter, I believe it was, that the Italy government is possibly about to fall. Let's have to wait and listen and keep our eyes peeled for that. This was OAN, and this is from January 8th too. Okay, the Saudi king receives first dose of a coronavirus vaccine. So that was from the 8th too. So I haven't heard, and there was no update on this, so he must be doing okay. All right. This I found, and this was January 12th, so that was yesterday. The dark market, world's largest illegal dark web marketplace, was taken down. Okay, so the dark market, the world's largest illegal marketplace on the dark web, has been taken offline in an international operation involving Germany, Australia, Denmark, Moldova, Ukraine, and the United Kingdom, and the USA. So the dark market in figures was almost 500,000 users, more than 2,400 sellers, over 320,000 transactions, more than 4,650 Bitcoin and 12,800 Monero transferred. At the current rate, this corresponds to a sum of more than 140 million. The vendors on the marketplace mainly traded all kinds of drugs and sold counterfeit money, stolen or counterfeit credit card details, anonymous SIM cards, and malware. All right, I think that this is my last kind of international article. Demoted, pushed aside, fate of King Jong-un's sister is unclear. And this was from Today by the Associated Press. In Seoul, South Korea, what has happened to Kim Yo-jong, the North Korean leader's influential sister? That is a question many who watch the cloistered nuclear-armed country are wondering after she failed to appear in absolute leader Kim Jong-un's newly released lineup for the country's powerful political bureau in recent days. Some say Kim Jong-un may have demoted his sister over general policy failures. Others, however, believe he could be worried about her rapid rise and increasingly high profile as he tries to bolster his domestic authority in the face of growing economic changes. Rumors that Kim Yo-jong is her brother's heir apparent could be dangerous because they raise the issue of Kim's hold on power and health inside North Korea, said Oh Jeong-seob, an analyst at Seoul's Korea Institute for National Unification. This, he said, is why Kim Jong-un is slowing down her rise in power. Okay, so something to keep an eye on. I don't know. We've heard so many rumors out of North Korea. It's hard to know what's going on over there. All right, so I'm going to move on. Now I just have a mass of, articles I pulled. And just so you guys know, I'm not trying to ignore you at all. I know you're talking in live chat and everything. It's just when you're on air by yourself, it's a lot harder to watch the live chats. So anyway, okay. Gorillas at the zoo test positive for the CCP virus. This was from yesterday, and this is out of the courtesy of the San Diego Zoo, apparently. As many as 8 gorillas in the safari park at the San Diego Zoo are presumed to have contracted the CCP virus from a human handler after one of the animals tested positive. They're the first known cases of natural transmission to great apes, though for now the zoo says none seem to be severely ill and all are expected to fully recover. It's just so interesting what the news keeps coming in. All right. This made news. This is out of NTD. For some reason, I'm having a problem with reading today. Anyway, Lisa Montgomery executed for 2004 murder, cutting baby from the womb. And this was January 13th. Lisa Montgomery, the only woman on federal death row in the United States, became the first woman to be executed by the federal government in 67 years early Wednesday. After the Supreme Court cleared the last hurdle for her execution by overturning a stay, Montgomery, 52, was pronounced dead at 1:31 a.m. at the U.S. Penitentiary in Terre Haute, Indiana. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong. She received a lethal injection 7.5 hours after her originally scheduled time of execution, according to the Associated Press. So there was that. Next article is U.S. Capitol Police officers suspended, others under investigation across the country. And this was from yesterday. Federal law enforcement is investigating more than a dozen police officers in D.C. and other jurisdictions across the country for alleged participation in protests over election results, including at least 2 officers who were at the Capitol when it was attacked. So then the rest of it's CNN, but just to keep an eye on it and know that is happening. Let's see. This next group of articles I have are about big tech and platforms. ADL calls on U.S. Justice Department to investigate Gab for possible criminal liability and capital attack. So they're really going after Gab. And I personally think they're going after Gab because it's independent and it's, free speech. So it seems to me like they're really going after them now, and especially because so many people went to Gab after they took Parler down. Okay, so moving on. GoDaddy kicks biggest gun forum off internet without explanation. So Biden's agenda means he should be oh, I'm sorry, that's something else. This is by Bob Unruh, and it was published yesterday. Okay. So Joe Biden once promised that fellow Democratic presidential hopeful Beto O'Rourke, who famously threatened to send cops out to confiscate certain weapons, would be his point person on gun control if elected. It seems that agenda has been launched even before Biden's inauguration. The Federalist reports AR15.com, the largest gun forum, has been shut down by the web hosting company GoDaddy. ARF.com is down. We've been booted from GoDaddy and are looking for an alternative solution. The site will return at https www.ar15-backup.com. Stand by for more information. So they said GoDaddy said AR15.com violated terms of service. And so it's just something to keep an eye on too. And then this I know this is mainstream media. So, but my point on pulling this was it's from NBCnews.com and it's by Anna Schechter. The reason I pulled it is because it talks about Telegram. So now I think they're going to go after Telegram too. Right-wing extremists are using channels on the encrypted communication app Telegram to call for violence against government officials on January 20th, the day President-elect Joe Biden is inaugurated, with some extremists sharing knowledge of how to make, conceal, and use homemade guns and bombs. The messages are being posted in Telegram chat rooms where white supremacist content has been freely shared for months, but chatter on the channels has increased since extremists have been forced off other platforms in the wake of the siege on the U.S. Capitol last week by pro-Trump rioters. Telegram is a Dubai-based messaging service that does little moderation of its content and has a sizable international user base, particularly in Eastern Europe and the Middle East. Okay, so it sounds like they do have people on there watching. So, just something to keep in mind. Oh, and then, okay, this. I'm going to go back to Twitter, and in my bookmarks, I have this off of Fox. It's only 11 seconds. This is Nancy Pelosi.
The House of Representatives. I stand before you as a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a daughter whose father proudly served in this Congress. The House.
Okay, so you heard what she said. First, she gendered herself. And I thought, that she was the one who didn't want anybody gendering themselves in the House. So, there's some hypocrisy going on. And then I wanted to drop this with you. This was dropped the other day. Let's see if I can see the date on it. I don't see a date on it, so I apologize if it's old, but I believe that the FBI just released this. So I'm just going to put it in chat. If you want to peruse it, go ahead. But this is about her father and brother, I believe, that they're not the wonderful people that she espouses that they are, in my humble opinion. All right, so there was that. Let's move on. Okay. Trying to find my spot. Okay, moving on with more platform information to share with you. Looks like Parler may have found a new home. This was January 12th by the Right Scoop. And I don't see an author, but it says these reports out today that Parler may have found a new host. It's a bit overblown, but it has promise. So this was out of Business Insider, so take that for what you will. But it says that Parler registered its domain with Epic, a company known for hosting other far-right websites, according to these people, including Gab. According to public available Who Is information, the news was first reported by James Isles, a reporter whose blog focuses on domain names. In a statement released Monday, Epic said that the company had no contact or discussions with Parler in any form prior to the website registering its domain with them. Epic adds that to date, no communication has been received by them for discussion of future service provision. The statement went on to rail against social media companies for their increased moderation. And Parler finding refuge with Epic, as Vice reported, comes after the company's history of, okay, I'm not going to read that. It's crud, but it's possible that maybe Parler will find a home on Epic is my point in bringing this. Sorry about the muck, which a lot of these have. All right, moving along. Payment processor Stripe blacklists Trump campaign. The reason I'm sharing this information with you is just so that you're aware, and you're probably aware of this already, but it's amazing how they are like going after like individuals and people. And, you know, we all are dependent on tech in some way. So this is out of Breitbart. It's payment process. Okay. It's by Lucas Nolan, and it was January 11th that this was put out. Online payment processing service Stripe has reportedly cut all ties with President Trump's campaign and shuts down the campaign's payment processing services. This prevents the Trump campaign from accepting donations by credit card. And then one more, and yes, it's from Fox Business, but PayPal says it's blocked Christian crowdfunding site Give, Send, Go. Now, I do realize that, there's a lot of controversy around this Ali Alexander. My point in bringing this to you is that we're seeing this more and more. This article or videos by Kanishka Singh out of Reuters, but digital payments processor confirms account closed for event organizer Ali Alexander, report says. More people were going to different crowdfunding sites because of, GoFundMe was doing this to people. And now it's interesting that Give, Send, Go is being censored too. And I don't know enough about this, but I'm thinking, is it because it's somehow attached to PayPal and in the background, PayPal is the one who's actually processing these things? I'm not sure, but just to keep ears and eyes open on what's happening with that. I'm going to play Real Alex Lanes, and she did a recent video. Go, Alex.
I'm sad for our country. I'm angry that January 6th happened the way it did. Never will I condone violence on any side, but maybe you should ask yourselves why things happened the way it did. They've had us on lockdown, censored us beyond belief, lied to us, rigged our elections, reported nothing but fake news, taxed us while giving billions to other countries. Maybe Congress should take a step back and say maybe it's our fault America is so angry. And Democrats, you opened the door to this reaction because for the last 4 years, you've allowed your supporters to harass, dox, and assault us. We watched as you defended inexcusable actions by BLM and Antifa, destroying businesses, burning down cities, murdering those they don't agree with, all while the words domestic terrorists slip out of your mouths like butter when referring to us. Where was that energy when your supporters were wreaking havoc across America and still are? You must not remember when you praised anti-Kavanaugh protesters as they stormed the Capitol, or BLM when they set D.C. on fire, yet you say this is the lowest point in American history. Crack open a book about American history and then get back to me, because I will not be lectured on morality by the same people that stayed silent and watched as cities burned down all summer long. Save me your outrage.
Okay, I did look at live chat and I see somebody telling me Kim Jong-un. I'm sorry I pronounced it John, I apologize. Kim Jong-un. Yes, I do have a problem with tongue twisting. All right, here we go. Let's see. There were a couple whitehouse.gov things to show. Executive order on promoting small modular reactors for national defense and space exploration. I'm not going to read that. I'm going to go ahead and drop that in live chat if you want to open it up and look at it. And the other one I pulled was White House briefings. The White House launches the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Office. I will also drop that one in live chat if you want to look at it. Tic-tac. Well, she reminds me of my daughters. I wonder if you're talking about me. Go, girl. I don't know. Doing the best I can, folks. Vaccine will be mandatory for every public school student in major U.S. city. These are just a hodgepodge of articles I pulled. This was out of WND by Art Moore, and this was January 12th. Children can opt out by continuing distance learning from home. Every public school student must be inoculated for the coronavirus before returning to class once a vaccine is available, the superintendent of the Los Angeles Unified School District said Monday. Comparing it to required vaccinations for measles and mumps, Austin Butner said he hopes all students will be inoculated by January 2022, the Los Angeles Times reported. During a pre-recorded briefing, he assured skeptical parents there's an option for a child to stay online learning and therefore not have to go back to campus. The Pfizer vaccine, given emergency authorization by the FDA in December, is for people 16 and older. Testing on children as young as 12 began in October and will take several more months to complete. All right. At the beginning of the show, I showed you guys a tweet. CNN grounds its long-running airport network by Brian Steinberg, and that was out of Variety. I felt my heart do a little leap with that. Ha, ha, ha. Conservative commenter, this was out of Summit News. Conservative commenter says his AIG canceled his insurance over his social media posts. And this was by Paul Joseph Watson, and it's out today. Conservative commenter and former baseball star Curt Schilling says that the AIG canceled his insurance policy over his social media profile, a new level of deplatforming not yet seen. We will be just fine, but wanted to let Americans know that AIG Insurance canceled our insurance due to my social media profile, tweeted Schilling. The agent told us it was a decision made by and with their PR department in conjunction with management, he added. While innumerable Trump supporters have lost their Twitter and Facebook accounts due to social media censorship and cancel culture, cases of individuals being cut off by banks and other financial services are now growing too. The purge has gone beyond the realm of simply silencing people on major platforms for their opinions, but punishing them for expressing them by trying to make their lives unlivable. Numerous responders pointed out the obvious that without insurance, it's impossible to mortgage a house or mortgage a home or register a vehicle. However, other leftists applauded the move and said that Schilling deserved it for his support of Trump. It's so ridiculous, you guys. Oh my goodness. All right. So I have, this is kind of a theme of these articles I'm showing you right now or sharing. Forbes magazine threatens companies that hire ex-Trump White House staffers. This was just the news. Joseph Curl. We're going to scrutinize, double check, investigate with same skepticism we'd approach a Trump tweet, warned the outlet's chief content officer. Forbes magazine is warning companies that may hire soon to be former officials in the Trump administration that it will assume everything your company or firm talks about is a lie. In an op-ed piece published Thursday, Forbes magazine's chief Content officer Randall Lane said the riot at the Capitol on Wednesday was an insurrection rooted in lies that a fair election was stolen. Anyways, blah, blah, blah. The point is that they were actually are going to try to target these people. Big league politics. National Hockey League declares war on Trump supporters. Former Trump campaign staffer reveals chilling account of political persecution. This is by Richard Moorhead. This is out of the big league politics. I might have said that, sorry. All right. A North Carolina Trump campaign staffer revealed a chilling allegation of political persecution on Wednesday, detailing his account of being fired from a charter plane company merely for his previous employment with the Donald Trump campaign. Dawson Buchanan went public with his account of being purged from his job by the National Hockey League on Tuesday night. Hours after an associate alluded to an instance of political blacklisting, Buchanan had been hired to work for a private jet concierge company that provides transit services to the NHL's Carolina Hurricanes. All right. This is the Gateway Pundit, Trump campaign official. Trump campaign official denied entry into TV studio for interview, told he's on a list of people they won't allow in, by Jim Hoft, and this was yesterday. This is the tweet from Jason Miller. Trump campaign, well, I guess Jason Miller's on Twitter. Trump campaign advisor Jason Miller said on Monday that he was barred from entering a Washington, D.C. studio for an interview with Fox Business personality Charles Payne. Live Shot Studio in Washington, D.C. refused him entry because he is on a list. So it's very disturbing. Andrew Cuomo plans to use celebrities to bring back businesses back to New York. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo claims that he will bring back the state's economy through concerts and performances from high-profile celebrities such as actor, comedians Amy Schumer and Chris Rock and actor Hugh Jackman. And this was a Breitbart article written by Alana Mastrangelo. I'm probably saying that wrong. Sorry, guys. So yeah, they're going to use celebrities and actors and comedians like they always do to try to get us to do what they want. Just the news. Hollywood embraces political violence without repercussions. Celebrities have spent the last 4 years doing what they accuse the president of doing, inciting violence on and off social media with almost no repercussions. This is by Christian Toto. Hollywood erupted in near universal glee over the weekend as President Donald Trump got deplatformed from social media for allegedly inciting a violence. Sacha Baron Cohen cried, "We did it," while actress Amber Tamblyn said that we need to go further after Twitter and Facebook removed Trump from their networks. I so hope that people continue to walk away and stop listening to these folks. So I'm looking a little bit at live chat. Okay. I'm sorry. I know I'm a fast reader and I'm a fast talker, and then I trip up on my words. So there's that. Okay, so that was all pretty heavy. And so I'm going to go back to Twitter, and I did save a few things. Let's see. Okay, I don't know. I know Twitter is a cesspool. I'm still on Twitter. Again, I like pulling off the clips, and I don't know where else I can do that. I did see on Telegram, I think you can do that. I keep checking Gab, but mostly it spins for me, and I just haven't been able to make my way too far around in Gab. I hope to use that more soon. I also hope to use CloutHub more, but I just think they're so inundated right now with people joining them that they're just not flowing freely yet. So, but just some humor. Cat Turd. I don't know if you all saw this, but Cat Turd can make the funniest things trend. So Cat Turd put out there, Pelosi loves Trump. is now the #1 trend in the USA. And he totally just like, like makes libs explode. They just get so upset with him. And it's amazing that he can get people to do that. But so before he did that, well, actually, I think he did Pelosi loves cat turd, I think. And before he did Pelosi loves Trump. So here's some of that. He just kept posting like pictures of Pelosi admiring Trump. And then he got his followers to do the same. So the memers were doing videos to, like love songs and stuff. It was, it was so funny. And people were so upset about it. So like Cat Turd tweeted, the funniest thing about a meaningless hashtag is to watch the conspiracy theories. Pelosi loves Trump. And then this Gene Corvo replied to him, Pelosi loves Trump is a troll campaign designed to divide Democrats. She has been holding the line for democracy for 4 years and no one else could have done the job. Don't fall for this crap. And he was watching it as it was trending. And then, okay, this is where Pelosi loves cat turd. And this was kind of cute. He's got such a good sense of humor. And yeah, anyway, okay. So what else did I have in here? 18 hours ago, the White House launches the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Office. This was more about that LA school district admits they will force your children to accept an experimental biological agent. Well, this is interesting. If you're wondering why Twitter would take a $4 billion hit accounting on behalf of its censorship regime, I'm trying to say that. So this is out of Revolver, and it's actually from October 18th, but it was interesting because, people have been saying like Twitter's losing so much money and all of that. But I thought something that they wrote was interesting. Let's see. The historic popularity and profitability of Tucker's show raises a simple yet important question. Why have none of the major networks, including Fox, attempted to copy his success? Wouldn't the fabled marketplace of ideas dictate a certain convergence towards the topics and styles that draw the biggest audiences? Perhaps the ad boycotts aimed at Tucker have scared off would-be copycats. But this simply raises the question of why companies would leave money on the table by refusing to advertise on television's most popular cable news show. Something is off here, and it suggests that the media industry does not work according to a simple profit motive. What if the true goal of media conglomerate is not to produce a reliable and entertaining news service tailored to its audience, but rather to influence that audience on behalf of third parties? What if the purpose of a media company is not to be profitable for its own sake, but influential for the sake of others? Business models aren't always what they present themselves to be. Movie theaters make money not from ticket sales, but from concession stands. Airlines likewise need to sell tickets, but they make more profit from frequent flyer rewards programs. Supermarkets are increasingly big data collectors for insurance companies. Users of Google, YouTube, and other internet social media services might think of themselves as customers, but they are actually the product, as those services collect detailed data on users and sell it to third parties for advertising purposes. And then it says the Washington Post provides a clear example of a media company's true business model. Readers might recall that Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos purchased the Post for $250 million. The paper is, of course, notoriously biased against Trump, even by the standards of today's mainstream media. This may be good for business, and it may not be, but ultimately this is not what matters. What matters is that the Post is directly or indirectly profitable to its owner, Jeff Bezos. If it lost money but influenced the public or other important constituencies in a matter that resulted in greater success for Amazon, a company 10,000 times its size, it would still be a worthwhile investment for Bezos. So I found that interesting, and I know a lot of people that follow alternative news like this, like 5x5, your researchers, and it's basically just telling you, what you already knew. Yeah, so I found that interesting. I like Revolver that for news. It's Revolver News or revolver.news. So let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and rest my voice a little bit. I'm gonna play a PragerU video and get a drink.
Story ends. I become a tenured, award-winning professor of political science at an Ivy League university and then at one of the leading universities in the South. Now let me tell you how my story begins. I grew up in rural Virginia, literally dirt poor. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade and had 3 children by the time I'm 20. I consider myself to be a reasonably modest person, but even I have to admit that's quite a journey. How did I do it? I worked hard, not crazy 24/7 hard, just hard. I made good decisions, not brilliant 3-dimensional chess decisions, just good ones. I met people along the way who helped me and sincerely wanted to see me succeed. Not because they had something to gain, but because they were decent people. Almost all of these individuals, by the way, were white. But mostly, I think I was blessed in one crucial way. I was born in America, a true land of opportunity for anyone of any color or background. In this country, where you start your life does not determine where you end up. That works in both directions, by the way. You can start out with every advantage and waste them all. Or you can start out with nothing and become a success. It all depends on you. Your attitude is far more important than your race, gender, or social class in determining what you will accomplish in life. When I hear young Blacks, or anyone for that matter, talk about systemic racism, I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I want to laugh because it's such nonsense. I want to cry because I know it's pushing untold numbers of young Blacks into a dead end of self-pity and despair. Instead of seizing the amazing opportunities America offers them, they seize an excuse to explain why they're not succeeding. I was born into a world where systemic racism was real. No fooling, outright bigotry, back of the bus real. But here's what you need to know. Yes, that racism shaped the Black experience, but even then, it did not define it. Change was in the air. Call it systemic reform. The modern civil rights movement was in its infancy, and the leaders who fought for equal rights for Blacks were men and women of all races. They believed in America and were determined to see it live up to its highest ideals, ideals manifest in the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution. Did I know growing up that George Washington and Thomas Jefferson owned slaves? I don't think I ever thought about it. If I did, I'd like to think that I would have had enough common sense to know that we can't judge men who lived 250 years ago by the moral standards of our own day. But I know that Jefferson wrote the words in the Declaration of Independence that made slavery ultimately impossible, that all men are created equal. And I know that Washington, Hamilton, Franklin, and Adams and the rest of the founders risked everything to make my world, my America, possible. How could I not be grateful for that and for the sacrifices so many others have made to preserve it? The truth is, I cannot remember a time when I did not love America and feel pride in the belief that I live in the greatest country in the world. I knew if I diligently pursued my ambitions, I could leave the poverty of my early years with all its abuse and depression behind me. I was fortunate in another way. I was spared the life-sapping, negative messages about America that are crippling a generation of young people. These ideas are poison, white privilege, whiteness as a form of property, unconscious racism, reparations, microaggressions, police have it out for blacks, that the United States was created to protect and promote slavery. These are the ideas young people are told they must accept, and then they're told to reject the ideas that can save them, the antidote, the success principles that enabled me and millions of other Americans to escape lives of poverty. These principles aren't complicated. Work hard, learn from your mistakes, take personal responsibility for your actions. When I made the decisions to get my high school equivalency, attend a community college, and then earn 4 additional college and university degrees, I believed that my education would open doors. And it did. It was only when exposed to academic theories of oppression in graduate school that I was informed that because I was Black, poor, and female, I could never do what I had already accomplished. Thank God it was too late for these toxic messages to stop me. Don't let them stop you. I'm Carol Swain, host of Be the People podcast and retired professor of political science and law at Vanderbilt University for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax-deductible donation.
Wow. Wow, I really like that one. A friend of mine told me about it, and I'm so glad we watched it today. That's awesome. That was very inspiring. Awesome. So, I agree. I think she's pretty fantastic too. Nice. And she was really good at pronouncing her words. So there's that. Okay. I'm just looking here. Do y'all see this? Oh my goodness. This was from Representative David Trone on the day that happened in the Capitol. What the heck? What is this? Oh my gosh. Is that for real? They put those on there. Oh my goodness. Okay. Please, if you know what that is, what is that? Is that like some kind of safety mechanism they have just for them? How bizarro. Did somebody want that? Let's see if I can pull that. I can drop that. Let me see. Prager University. I'll grab that video and I'll drop it. It's nice because they have the 5-minute ones. Shoot. Emergency gas masks they have under their seats. Someone else said vacuum cleaner bag. Oh my gosh. Yeah. How bizarro. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh, this was kind of interesting. Our National Guardsmen sleeping in various areas around the U.S. Capitol. I wish they'd get treated better. I did see something where they said, here our National Guardsmen are sleeping in various areas on the floor. Couldn't they have cots? Couldn't they have something better to sleep on? Okay, somebody, angry combat veteran, Torba just confirmed on Gab that Kushner kept Trump off the platform. Yeah, I did hear that going around today. I did see some, Gab is, let's see if I can pull up Gab. Get on Gab, I believe it is. Yeah, I like, they troll Twitter. He said he doesn't break the rule, so, hopefully they won't kick him off. So he keeps putting stuff on Twitter about Gab. Oh, he's getting a lot of publicity and all right. Let's see. They're hosting tv.gab.com. I'm not finding it, but I did. Hey, at ADL, you should contact at Reddit and ask them why their users are coordinating to plot illegal activities on Gab to frame our community and get our site taken down. Gab, that was 33 minutes ago they posted, and then they posted 6 hours ago. Reddit users are allegedly plotting illegal activities to take down Gab. Yeah, see, they're gonna do that. And that's what concerns me too about that article I read about Telegram. You know, I don't know, how does that work with telegrams in Dubai? Now, and I think Telegram started off in Russia, moved to Germany, and now it's in Dubai. I don't know how that works. But I really liked Telegram when I was on it. It just freaks me out about the number thing. I don't want my number to be seen. Oh, okay. So this is Gab retweeted the Hill. Kushner stopped Trump from joining Parler Gab after Twitter ban. So, and then Gab 47 minutes ago, just wait, we have it all. And they tweeted this, Bryce, you guys should release that database of violent and abusive replies to Trump tweets over the past years. Guarantee you the ADL won't bother looking through that though. And then 51 minutes ago, Syrian girl says, this is why Gab. Today I'm sold. Consider me a soldier of the Gab army. Gab.com. The ADL will never control us. They will never stop us. We will do whatever it takes to exist on the internet and defend free speech for millions of people around the world, period. Awesome. I hope they're able to continue. I did even see something today too. I thought that they said that they're going to even add more servers maybe. So yeah, there was that too. I'm reading this, I'm sorry, Gab 56 minutes ago. I can find plenty of threats of violence from verified accounts on Twitter right now. The ADL doesn't care about that. They care about destroying Gab by any means necessary for the simple reason that they cannot control us like they do Silicon Valley. So there was that too. Gab calls on Twitter to be banned from app stores following Capitol riot. Oh, this is where I saw that. Get on Gab 1 hour ago. I'm thinking we are going to need some more server folks. Hang tight. You are witnessing history. Wow. I know like Mozilla Firefox is compromised too. They were said something about they didn't go far enough when they banned President Trump on Twitter and, you know, outrageous conservatives, whatever. But I used Mozilla Firefox because it's really good for like bookmarks, and it's one of those where it's so nice for bookmarks for show prep. But what was my thought with that? Oh, I had heard yesterday that some people were having a hard time getting on Gab, and they were telling people if you try a different browser. And I guess my Firefox is one that did help Gab come up quicker, but I don't know. Anyway, okay. So I'm sorry, I keep stop talking and remembering I'm on here. I'm gonna drop this share. All right, I'm gonna read some of your comments. I don't think the guys are here yet. I'm gonna go back a little bit. Starting in YouTube. All right. Let's see. I see Super Tad put Soko's Gab out there. DDQT says, why don't this channel post an itinerary of shows? I'm I thought there was on YouTube or on the website, but I'm not for sure about that. Opera browser is very good for bookmarks. Thank you, David Potter. Yes, it is. I did try Opera. I might have to try to go back to that. Super Tad says servers equal bandwidth. Okay. Q Critter, I haven't seen a difference between Brave and Dissenter, and I have Pro. Oh, well, that's good to know. Yes, Dissenter is through Gab, I understand. I downloaded that and I tried to get on Dissenter, and it took quite a long time to get to bring up Gab. And then on Cloud Hub, I had the trouble of like, I knew you could go in the search bar and click. I couldn't get it to search for me. It just kept showing me all the new users where I wanted to go to find some of the people I had followed previously on Twitter, and I couldn't get the search to come up for them. Okay, 5x5 says we lost all of our graphics when they blew up our server. The graphic designer has to mail me all of them. Okay. Oh, that's good to know, David Potter. Opera browser also has its own free VPN. All right, so I'm going over to DLive, trying to scroll up a little bit. Somebody says they like Brave. I love Firefox, says Kilroy 1962. Lunar Hayes says, get off Firefox, please. I know it's just so hard, like when you get used to using something. And then especially when you're on a show, because it's just become kind of more like a habit. Patty S says Brave works well, works for me. Go Dog Go says Brave and Dissenter are good. Okay. Gwyneth says Firefox used to have a great rep, but they are anti-Trump, so I heard. Yeah, I did see some kind of, it must have been an article when I was grabbing articles or a message about Firefox and how they did say something about that, that they didn't go far enough with President Trump and his followers or whatever. Brave, a lot of people use Brave. Okay. Sunny, literally any browser. Oh, I lost you. Okay. Yikes. It jumped on me. Foxhole, damn it. Foxhole has a show schedule for each channel. Foxhole is awesome. I mean, Woke Societies, I believe, thought that up with methods, and it's awesome. I really like it too. I keep spreading the word about Foxhole. That's great. Gab is taking forever because the population of Boston is moving there daily. Have patience, people. Servers don't build themselves. Angry combat veteran. Thanks you. Good advice. Yes, Kilroy 1962 says, I tried using them half the time. Pages don't open for my protection. Don't tell me what I like or don't like. For me, yes, that is one thing. When I'm doing prep for like a show and pulling articles, a lot of times Firefox will block me and or tell me that, you know, that website is unstable or whatever their stupid message is. And then I'll have to go to a different browser and try to pull articles. So I basically just use it for the bookmarks. Let's see. DLive doesn't work that well on Brave for me. I have to run DLive on Safari. Okay. Isn't Safari just basically a Apple browser? Import your bookmarks and stop supporting the enemy, lady. I got it. I'm an angry combat veteran. I'm sorry I'm making you angry. Get off Firefox. Okay.
You should use Dissenter. That's what I use.
Yes, I just loaded that. You know, I just got it off of Gab. I just was telling them that the bookmarks, I like the way the bookmarks are set up on Firefox. I know, I'll have to get rid of it. It's not as easy as you young people, you know, us older folks.
You doing, Sunny?
I'm doing okay. I just was interacting with chat a little bit.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, I will. All right. Well, you guys have a great show.
Thanks, Sunny.
Thank you,
All
Sunny.
right. Talk later. Bye.
There she goes. What's up, Pixels? How are you, man?
Not bad. Just pulling up our. Oh boy. Yeah, just take the reins. I'm gonna pull up the
show
the intro.
All right. Well, while he's doing that, welcome everybody. Welcome all of you watching from over on We the People Insider. If you're still hanging out on my channel over there, do me a favor and hit that yellow button at the top of the stream that says visit channel. Get on in here and hang out with us in this live chat. Make sure you guys follow the 5x5 network here on D Live. That's where I'm looking. I think we're still on YouTube also. But I don't even have the YouTube chat up. I'm just kind of looking at D Live right now, where we have over 1,000 of you hanging out with us here on the live chat, and probably a few hundred of you still hanging out over on D Live. But thank you guys all for being here, hanging out with Pixels and I. We're looking forward to the show today. Being with you guys. We got plenty of stuff to talk about. Gonna be more casual, be interacting with you guys out there in the live chat. So get those super chats rolling, the diamonds and ninja guineas and all that good stuff. And we'll be interacting as the show goes on. Pixels, why don't you go ahead, launch the intro if you got that ready, and we'll get this officially started on the other side.
All right, let's fire it up. The New Guard, everybody, starting right now.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice.
If fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government.
You are watching The New Guard here on the 5x5 network, and we are way better than Jim Acosta will ever be.
That's not setting the bar very high there, Pixels.
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah, right. welcome everybody to The New Guard here on the 5x5 network. My name is Adel Nero. With me, as always, is my partner in crime here. We've got C's and Pixels. Pixels, great to be with you, man. I hope you're having a good Wednesday so far.
So far, I'm only about an hour and a half into my Wednesday, so starting it off good. Starting off with the show.
Burning that midnight oil. I love it. Great to be with you, Pixels. Thank you, Angry Combat Veteran, for the Ninja Guinea. Very generous to kick off the show here. It says, regardless of what happens in 7 days, we will not just disappear. We will not fade into the night. You're absolutely right. We're going to talk about a lot of that stuff here. It's going to be kind of a more casual conversation about a lot of what's going on today. But thank you guys all again for being here. Please share the broadcast wherever you're watching, whether you're on D Live, YouTube, Periscope, Twitch, Pill.net, the Foxhole. Those of you on the Foxhole, wherever you guys are, please share the platform, share the link, get it on out there. Help the 5x5 network grow and expand its reach, which is super, super important. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff we can get into here. I'm going to kind of just go down the same path that I did on my show earlier and bring up some of the same topics, because there's really only so much going on, and it all kind of follows a few select themes. And to start with big tech, man. Well, first, actually, Pixels, this is the first time you and I have gotten together since, the big day on the 6th, right? Yeah. So let's take a minute and kind of go back and talk about the 6th a little bit. How would you describe that day, man? What because I feel like being there, we all had one kind of perception as to what was going on and how we felt about it. And then as time kind of went on, we got some more information. We saw some other angles of it, and it's kind of shifted our perspective on what went on that day. But from your perspective, how did you enjoy January 6th, man?
I mean, I know I said it before. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life. I mean, just being there and seeing I think we've all made the estimation that there's like a couple million people there, right? It was just, it was unbelievable. And I was actually, because I could not sleep last night and I ended up being kind of awake like all night, I did some work on some video that I got. And this was a funny clip that I got, but it just like, it captures like the jubilant mood that we all kind of were in before President Trump spoke and before we all went to the Capitol. So let's just check this out for a sec. I don't know why, but this video that I rendered out is like 7.5 gigs. So I have to figure out how to like make it smaller so I can actually post it somewhere. But anyways, let's check this out.
I don't think so. I would be, does he rap about super patriotic stuff?
He's a white guy rapper. He's not like, yeah. Be very interesting.
I can't even pull up his Twitter.
This was like, we saw a lot of like groups of people like fighting the CCP or whatever, opposing the CCP.
Yeah.
Kind of there to support President Trump, and they were kind of walking around in like caravans. It was pretty cool.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Thank you.
Pixels was the most popular guy there with his American flag suit.
I can't tell you how many times somebody was like, "Oh, dude, nice suit. Can I take a picture with you?"
Give me a silly face.
A silly face?
Yeah. What about you, Red? Oh, that's a good one.
Looks like it's not coming through very well.
Yeah, I would pull that down, man. It doesn't seem to like that. But yeah, it was definitely an amazing day. I mean, Pixels, the second time you and I got to hang out and spend some time face to face. Getting to meet guys like Red Pill 78 and JR Majewski and Craig Mason, Doug, and then many of you guys out there in the live chat too, that watch us and hang out with us there, came up and said hi, which was a lot of fun, just to kind of be there in the group, in the crowd, be around so many like-minded people, so many friends of the shows. It truly was a wonderful, wonderful experience.
It really was. I remember when we were walking away from the Capitol, like as it was kind of getting chaotic or whatever, our group that, with JR and everything, we just wanted to get out of there. I remember like somebody like grabbed you. They were like, "Oh my God, 412 and on." That was cool. But like we're like trying to get away from the Capitol, and someone's like fanboying really hard on Adel. It was just hilarious. You could tell Adel was just like, "Yeah, thanks. Like we got to get out of here."
We had a group, and I don't know if you've ever tried to keep a group of like 20 people together in a crowd of like 1 million. It's not an easy task, especially when you are getting, not to sound like a pompous jackass, but you are getting recognized and pulled aside from people along the way when they're like, "Hey, can you stop and take a picture?" Like, there was nothing I'd rather do than stop and spend time, talking to you and take a picture. I want to do that, but the people I'm with are about to be completely lost for me forever if I don't keep moving, because there's no cell phone signal. There's 1 million people all dressed the same, and it's very difficult to find anybody right now. At one point, I was climbing up on things just to like see if I thought we lost Pixels at one point. For those of you that don't know, Pixels is a shorter guy. So in a big crowd, he gets very quickly lost. So at one point, I'm climbing up on a wall, trying to get a bird's eye view of the crowd, trying to spot this little guy here before he completely got swallowed up by it. So there was a lot of intense moments like that, but it was a great,
I think the only reason I wasn't lost was because I had that freaking suit on.
Yeah, no, that definitely helped.
Obvious.
That definitely helped. No, but it was an awesome day. It was an awesome day. The energy was unbelievable out there. The energy was amazing. The people were amazing. Despite how it was all perceived on the news, it was truly an amazing day. And I'll always, regardless of how everything works out, I'll always think back on January 6th fondly because of the people I got to spend it with, and just the amazing experience that it all was. Once in a lifetime opportunity, really.
Yeah, it's something I'll never forget, and I'm not gonna allow like a bunch of bullcrap that happened later on in the day to ruin that entire memory for me. Because really, you know what you said was spot on. It was just an amazing experience, and just all the people there. The air was electric. It was like electric dynamite. It was awesome. The only thing that I wish we were able to hear President Trump's speech a little bit better, because we were so far back. Just wasn't loud enough to hear properly. We had to all kind of like watch it later, but that's a small little, part of it.
Yeah, no, I agree. I completely agree. All right. President Trump apparently just uploaded a new video to the White House. So let's see what he had. Let's see what he had to say. I've got it ready here. 5 minutes long.
Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week. As I have said, the incursion of the U.S. Capitol struck at the very heart of our republic. It angered and appalled millions of Americans across the political spectrum. I want to be very clear. I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement. Making America great again has always been about defending the rule of law, supporting the men and women of law enforcement, and upholding our nation's most sacred traditions and values. Mob violence goes against everything I believe in and everything our movement stands for. No true supporter of mine could ever endorse political violence. No true supporter of mine could ever disrespect law enforcement or our great American flag. No true supporter of mine could ever threaten or harass their fellow Americans. If you do any of these things, you are not supporting our movement, you are attacking it, and you are attacking our country. We cannot tolerate it. Tragically, over the course of the past year, made so difficult because of COVID-19, we have seen political violence spiral out of control. We have seen too many riots, too many mobs, too many acts of intimidation and destruction. It must stop. Whether you are on the right or on the left, a Democrat or a Republican, there is never a justification for violence. No excuses, no exceptions. America is a nation of laws. Those who engaged in the attacks last week will be brought to justice. Now I am asking everyone who has ever believed in our agenda to be thinking of ways to ease tensions, calm tempers, and help to promote peace in our country. There has been reporting that additional demonstrations are being planned in the coming days, both here in Washington and across the country. I have been briefed by the U.S. Secret Service on the potential threats. Every American deserves to have their voice heard in a respectful and peaceful way. That is your First Amendment right. But I cannot emphasize that there must be no violence, no law breaking, and no vandalism of any kind. Everyone must follow our laws and obey the instructions of law enforcement. I have directed federal agencies to use all necessary resources to maintain order. In Washington, D.C., we are bringing in thousands of National Guard members to secure the city and ensure that a transition can occur safely and without incident. Like all of you, I was shocked and deeply saddened by the calamity at the Capitol last week. I want to thank the hundreds of millions of incredible American citizens who have responded to this moment with calm, moderation, and grace. We will get through this challenge just like we always do. I also want to say a few words about the unprecedented assault on free speech we have seen in recent days. These are tense and difficult times. The efforts to censor, cancel, and blacklist our fellow citizens are wrong, and they are dangerous. What is needed now is for us to listen to one another, not to silence one another. All of us can choose by our actions to rise above the rancor and find common ground and shared purpose. We must focus on advancing the interests of the whole nation, delivering the miracle vaccines, defeating the pandemic, rebuilding the economy, protecting our national security, and upholding the rule of law. Today, I am calling on all Americans to overcome the passions of the moment and join together as one American people. Let us choose to move forward united for the good of our families, our communities, and our country. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. My fellow...
Wow. Very presidential, very measured, and it sounds to me like a formal request for peace, which we all know is required before he does a certain thing, right?
That's true. That's true. It's interesting. He still doesn't say like a transition to a Biden administration, right?
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. He never. Every time he talks about transitions to a new administration, but never a Biden administration, which is interesting. And that
Didn't
could just
he say something like that yesterday at the Alamo, though?
He said in the Biden administration, or the Biden administration would be hurt by the 25th Amendment, but never in context of transferring to one, you know? So I don't know.
Yeah, it was before he said, be careful what you wish for.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you could say, I guess technically he has. So I don't know. Again, I still hold out on some hope that we could see something happen here, but I'm not going to make any promises to you guys that 100% for sure military is going to come in and save us. So that's also clearly that'd be stupid to say, because
none of us can tell the future.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where I do believe that God wins in the end. I do believe that we have the right forces on our side. I don't believe evil wins this movie. I just don't. Even if it seems like we're losing at times, I do believe there is something that's going to happen that's going to shake the foundation of this evil cabal, this establishment, before all is said and done. For sure.
So let me ask you this, Adel. I mean, have you had like recently an uptick in people reaching out to you, asking what's going on, friends and family, people that know that you do what you do? Because I certainly have. I've had a bunch of people reach out to me and ask me what's going on, and I've managed to red pill a few people within just the past couple days.
Yeah. I've had a lot of, ever since November 3rd, really, I've had people reaching out to me, trying to understand what's going on, people worried, scared, pissed off, disappointed. And I've done my best to keep them all in the fight. Right now, I'm just telling people that we'll see what happens, that it really, Mike Pence really screwed us over here in a big, big way. And so right now I'm just kind of telling people all bets are off. I have absolutely no idea what's coming next. But yeah, I do get a lot of people in my personal life that'll text me looking for some kind of direction or a pat on the head, a pep talk, something to make them feel better about the situation we find ourselves in, which is fine. I don't mind having these conversations, but I don't have anything super positive to tell anybody. All I can tell people is that something doesn't make sense here. And this is what a lot of the conversation was on my show earlier, on my channel was, I'm not promising anything and I'm not telling you anything's going to happen for sure, but I can tell you that what we're seeing doesn't reconcile. The behavior we're seeing doesn't reconcile. We can approach this from different angles, right? You look at what's going on all over the country in different capitals, all the military being mobilized, the National Guard under the guise of riot control.
And we haven't seen exactly that, right?
What? Yeah, and Q told us exactly that. So it's like, okay, there's no MAGA rallies or protests planned. There's like this, the FBI is talking about stuff, but I'll ask you the same thing I asked Homesteader and the guys on my show earlier. Have you seen anything in your circle of influence, people you follow or followers on Twitter or wherever you're on right now? Have you seen anybody promoting any of these rallies or events that are supposedly taking? I haven't seen any
actually, I've seen just the opposite. I've seen everybody saying, don't go to this. This is just a false flag. That's what's going to happen, right?
Right. So it's like they have like these fake things that none of the big players are involved in. Like you don't see Turning Point, you don't see any big players that you would normally expect to see in planning a rally or an event for President Trump. You don't see any of the normal players that you'd expect to see. So it's like there's no way they're expecting actual big crowds. Like the people that are making these decisions, they're not stupid. They know who the big players are, who's going to bring the big numbers of people. So you see all of this mobilization of military across the country, especially in DC. You see the fences going up around the Capitol building, around the Supreme Court building. It's super weird. It's super weird. It doesn't match what we're being told, right? A virtual inauguration, no parade, no real event yet. I mean, how many was it in, like 6,000 or 8,000? Some ridiculous number of troops all over.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, so these are the kind of things I look at, and I'm just like, why? What is your deal? Why do we have this kind of military presence all over the country right now? It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. You didn't have any of that when there was 1 million Trump supporters about to gather in DC on the 6th. Now, after the fact, after everyone's gone home, here we are, right? It doesn't reconcile that now's when
it doesn't reconcile unless you plug in what Q told us years ago.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm comfy right now. That's why I'm not concerned. Like I'm not going to tell anybody out there that it's for sure going down 100%, but in my gut, that's what I believe is going to happen.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, look at the behavior of the Democrats and the rhinos in the deep state right now. Are they having a gloat fest right now, Adel? Are they celebrating? Are they acting like they won?
No, they're panicking.
No, they're panicking. They're trying to remove the president of the United States by whatever they can do. They're grasping at straws for anything that they can do to remove the man days before the end of his administration, supposedly. So, I mean, what the hell is that? You can't tell me that that's just because they're pissed off about what happened on the 6th. That's an excuse. So I just, the fact that they're panicking so hard, the fact that so many things are lining up the way Q told us they would years ago, I can't look at this scenario and come to a different conclusion in my mind, right?
No, like I said, I don't want to put too much stock in it because I don't know what's going to happen, but I'll just keep repeating myself. It doesn't reconcile. None of it. None of the behavior you're seeing reconciles. The impeachment, the push for 25th Amendment, the deploying of the troops, none of it makes any sense. None of it makes any sense from a perspective of, okay, we won, we got him out, we're trying to move forward. No, they're clearly still very afraid of something. They're doing everything they can to completely destroy the president because they're scared to death of something. Now, it could be that they're just scared to death of him running again or being a relevant force in American politics. And they're trying to make the Trump name and everything Trump related poison. That could be it. They might not actually be scared of a military move or some kind of D-class or justice coming. It could simply be that they are just trying to make the Trump brand completely poison. So I want to throw that possibility out there too.
Sure,
but you're seeing it at the expense, the major expense of them politically. This is not a popular move. No, impeachment hurts the party that does it tremendously. So why would they do that if that's what I don't get. Go ahead.
Well, even him being removed from Twitter, a lot of people that are kind of left of center just can't agree with that. I mean, because it's ridiculous, right? The president of the United States gets removed from Twitter. That should never happen, ever. But I just want to make the point, like, are they really afraid? Is the impeachment really because they want to prevent him from running in 2024? Because let's put that into perspective. Just with this, in 2024, President Trump will be 81 years old.
Yeah.
How many presidents were that old?
Not many, if any. I don't know.
I don't think there have been any.
Yeah, I don't know.
So it's just like, that doesn't make any sense to me. And plus, what is the country going to, do you think President Trump, with the way the country is right now, after 8 years of Obama, right?
Mm-hmm.
And President Trump being able to do as much as he has done, right? But you're telling me we're going to go through 4 years of Biden and Kamala and it's going to be savable in 2024? Hell no. The country will be destroyed by that point in time.
I've thought about that a lot, Pixels. Can they actually destroy the country? Are they actually capable of it?
Well, they've done a pretty damn good job of doing it, even with President Trump.
But through all of this, there's been
look at coronavirus. Look at BLM. I mean, it's been incredibly damaging to our country.
Only because of the megaphone they give that stuff, right? I mean, really, the majority of people don't buy into any of that. Like, the Great Awakening was very real. Like, that happened.
Mm-hmm.
This vote was 2-1 for President Trump. We don't get to see that because of the cheating, but if President Trump got all of his votes, I truly believe he got somewhere between 80 and 90 million votes. And I truly believe Biden probably got less than 50 million. So you're looking at most likely what I think is almost a 2-1 ratio of votes in this country. I think the people are too awake. The power of our government is really based on consent of the governed. If you have 80 million patriots that feel like this presidency is illegitimate and they're motivated to fight, I don't see them getting much done. I see a lot of non-compliance from much of the country. I think there's a point in which they're not going to be able to cross. Now, maybe I'm just hopeful and have too much faith in the spirit of the people, but I've really been thinking about this a lot today. I'm not scared of Biden and Kamala. I'm just not. I'm not scared of them. I'm not scared of the left. I'm not scared of the cabal.
I'm afraid of I'm afraid of what would have to happen because for a damn fact that if Biden and Kamala got in that office, right, they would be crossing red lines of the American people on day one. On day freaking one. I'm not afraid of what Biden and Kamala will do. I'm afraid of what the answer to that will need to be. That's what this entire thing has been about trying to avoid. We don't want to we don't want to have to go hot in taking back our country. We want to be able to do this peacefully, right? That's the entire crux of like the movement. But take our votes away. Like you just said, like the country woke up. Okay, but what the hell are they going to do? There's voting, and then they've already taken the vote away. So what's after that? I think we all know exactly what's after that. And that's what I'm afraid of. I don't want that to have to happen.
I don't want that to have to happen either. I don't. And like I said, I don't know how that would all play out. If they were to get in, I just hope that the people would be fired up enough that on a local level because we could take this country back on a local level. You could. The power is within your local government. If you get after your city councilman and you approach this as locally as possible, it works its way up through the state. You can change election laws and take back your elections from the ground up.
There was a guest on Red Pill 78's show the other day,
Chris-Ann Hall.
Yeah, that was talking about this exact thing. But Red Pill had described how he had like tried to run for city council, and this was like way before. And it's already inundated with corruption and lobbyists, like not even letting people through that have good intentions. So I don't see.
That was prior to this Great Awakening, though, Pixels. I truly.
But does the Great Awakening, do all the lobbyists just stop doing what they do? No,
not necessarily. Not necessarily. But if he was able to come within 50 votes, if you heard the whole story, he came within 50 votes of winning against the machine. 50 votes. That's nothing, man. And that's my point. That was before.
Has voter fraud gotten worse since then?
I mean, that's the thing, though, is on a local level, if we demand change, we can get change. There's no reason why the people of Georgia can't take back their voting system tomorrow. There's no reason why the people of Pennsylvania can't take back their voting system tomorrow. We take back our voting system on a local level. The rest works itself out.
Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell couldn't take it back for the country. So I'm
they,
sorry.
They made it. No, they made a ton of. It's fun. It's fun to be on the opposite side of this today. It's fun. They did. You had state legislatures in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Michigan. I think Arizona too. Say that if Mike Pence sends back the electoral votes, we're going to change them. So he did. He made his case in many states, and that was in a very short period of time with a bunch of resistance. Trust me, you give it another year and a half and you keep that same heat on the legislature, you keep President Trump. Let's say Biden does get in, but Trump stays active. He stays in the game. He stays and keeps using his reach, his reach, his influence, his legal team, Boris Epstein, Janet Ellis, Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, all of them. They keep pushing on this. They keep working on this throughout the next 2 years in all of the major states that we need to. There's hope. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, they have no control over what state governments do at their elections. Just because they were able to massively fraud the public on this one and steal it, we can use that as motivation to take this back on a local level and have a much more fair election in 2022. I do believe that. Now, we need to see the effort. We need to see the effort from the people, from a new political party. Maybe a Patriot Party has to emerge and start to make some ground. But there is an ability for us to take this back. For anyone that's going to say it's just all over, the country is completely dead because Biden and Kamala came in, they don't understand how this country is supposed to work. That's a defeatist attitude that we can't have.
Okay, my problem with that, Adel, is that this country is not operating how it's supposed to work.
No,
you've got rose-colored glasses on with that. And if Biden and Kamala get in, it's really, really, really not going to work the way it's supposed to work. We can't assume like that Chris-Ann Hall girl. I understand where she was coming from, but she's under the assumption that that it can work the way that it's supposed to work right now. It can't. That's why we need what I believe is going to happen. Because also, we can't just, watching this crime spree happen.
Mm-hmm.
We can't just let these people walk away from it. We can't let that happen.
I agree.
So it's just like I'm not even, I don't have room in my mind for a Biden Kamala administration. They're traitors. And in my mind, the military should have absolutely no problem yanking them, preventing them from holding power, because they literally, from what they have done, the two of them, just the two of them alone, they constitutionally cannot hold power in this country. They're traitors.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I'm just not going to have this mindset that it's either military operation or nothing. It's either they get in or they don't get in or nothing. I'm not going to live in that world, because there is a possibility that he does get in. Kamala and him do get in, and
I understand that.
I'm not, and as long as that possibility exists, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm giving up if that happens. I'm not going to say that it's over and we have no power if that happens. It's just not the attitude.
And that's not the attitude that I'm trying to put across either, Adel.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to tell people it's going to be bad if they get in. Okay, we can't act like it's going to be easier than what it is now, because it certainly isn't.
No one said easier. It's bad now. It sucks now. There's no justice. There's no rule of law. There's a two-tier justice system. We're in a complete banana republic with President Trump. So honestly, if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris get in, I don't see that big of a difference. The only difference is right now there's someone in charge tweeting about the problems. There's nothing being done about the problems, even with these in charge. I mean, all right, if you want to be fair about this, Pixels, President Trump gave up on the people and became a big pharma salesman halfway through the coronavirus thing. He stopped pushing hydroxychloroquine, jumped on the bandwagon with the narrative, and started promoting Moderna and Pfizer products like he was a big pharma commercial. So, I mean, look, there's not going to be that big of a difference. If we're waiting for someone at a top level to come and save us, honestly, I think that's almost childish in a way. We need to take our own responsibility locally. It's great to think globally. It's great to have those hopes and to not give up and to keep faith in this plan. But we need to have a plan of our own to act locally and to fight this thing on every level.
What I'm saying
again, and President Trump, he's done a great job. He's been an amazing president. He's done fantastic work, but he has not restored the rule of law. We still have a banana republic. The mainstream media is still alive and well. All the problems that persisted before he came here are as prevalent as ever. Very few of them have gotten better, minus some things around the economy. With regulations and whatnot. He's done a great job with that. He's flipped the judiciary, but that stabbed us in the back. Even with 300 new judges, 3 new Supreme Court justices, we couldn't get a day in court on the fraud of this election. So look, all of these problems that you're talking about existed prior to President Trump. They weren't fixed with President Trump. So I'm not going to give up because President Trump's not there anymore. Like I've been thinking about this a lot. President Trump has been a great warrior for us, and I love everything he's done for us, but he hasn't fixed this country in 4 years. All of the same problems persist. So if he's not here for the next 4 years, I don't see that big of a change. We still have to do what we do on the local level and keep fighting. And that's just the attitude I'm taking.
I agree with you that we shouldn't give up. And I'm not suggesting that we do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to communicate to people. I mean, we have people on the left right now talking about concentration camps.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say you don't see that big of a difference if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris get in there, I respectfully disagree.
Okay.
It's going to be way worse. Way worse. So that's, and also the entire point of the whole Q movement of what we were told is eventually something's going to come down on these people. Okay. We have 7 days left of the Trump of the first term.
Mm-hmm.
7 days. We have a week.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If that 7 days comes to pass and President Trump doesn't do what I believe he's about to do, then fine. We can have those conversations. But I'm holding on to hope.
I'm with you.
Because everything that we were told before, way before, years before, about this plan seems to me at least seems to be unfolding before our eyes. So
I'm still holding on hope, Pixels, and I hope you're right. I don't want to see this happen. It has nothing to do with my faith in the plan or anything like that. I'm just trying to tell people that it's not the end of the world. I just don't believe it's the end of the world. I think
It's not the end of the world, but it's pretty damn close.
I
You
think
got people talking about concentration camps.
they were doing that before Trump. They were clearing out the Walmarts prior to Trump. Again, none of this has changed with Trump in office. None of it has. I mean, if you look at the heart of what's wrong with this country, none of it got fixed in 4 years. None of it got fixed in 4 years. We've got some what? Why?
Yeah.
Why? Because it has nothing to do with who the president is. The president, it doesn't. What got fixed? Did the Justice Department get fixed? No. Did the FBI get fixed? No. Did the intelligence community get fixed? No. Did the media get fixed? No.
So why-
Is Big
so-
Pharma still running this country?
So you're
Yes.
saying
is Big Food still running this country? Yes. All of the same things that were the problem prior to Trump are still the problem now. So
I get
again,
it. But you're saying that is because President Trump has no power, and I'm saying that's bullshit. I'm saying
had power,
let
these
it
things would be
happen.
fixed.
He let it happen because he needed to let it happen to show people what's going on. If none of this had happened, we wouldn't have droves of normies like reaching out to us asking what's going on. We wouldn't have people, finally questioning and everything.
I guess
That's
my point.
that's
I guess
why.
my point is maybe that's the plan. That was the plan, Pixels. Maybe the plan was to wake people up, and that's it. The people are awake enough. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. That's my point about all of this. Joe Biden, if half the country thinks he's illegitimate, and then he's not going to have the power that President Trump had.
A lot of people in Hong Kong are awake right now, and they just had their country stolen by China.
Yeah, well, they're completely surrounded, and they had no support.
So are we.
Kind of like President Trump. And again, this is my point: is that President Trump was a great revealer of a lot of things, but people need to accept the fact that he was on an island for most of this, stabbed in the back in every direction. And yeah, maybe there is some military operation going on. Maybe this ends very, very happily in the short term. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe what Q was preparing us for when he said, you have to learn to play the game again. You forgot how to play the game. Maybe this whole thing was to show us how bad we are at the game.
Yeah.
Have us lose it and then try to win it again against Biden. I don't know. To say you even fully understand what the plan is.
No.
Or the timing of what, like, the plan could be to have Biden in office to show people what life is like in comparison to Trump under Biden, and then let the people take it back themselves. Let the fraud be revealed as you see how terrible things are under these people.
I just think that would be too damaging to the country.
The country's already a banana republic. I mean, there's nothing more damaging than what we've already been through.
We can get a lot worse than this, and that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. We can get a lot worse than this, Adel. A lot.
See, I don't think it can ever get that bad here, because I think the people are too awake and power is too decentralized.
That's naive. I think we can get very, very freaking bad here. They're already talking openly about it. Look at what BLM did over the summer.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing compared to what they have in mind for us. Nothing.
Yeah, but that's
it does matter very, very much who the president is. No one's ever going to tell me it doesn't matter who the president is. That's ridiculous.
I'm telling you right now that if the people are awake enough and fighting on a local level, the president doesn't matter. That's the way this country was designed. And if the people actually fight, like I said, the Constitution...
It's the way this country is designed. It's not the way it is.
Well, yeah, sure. The Constitution is not a self-executing document. We have to fight to make sure that that's how it runs. If we fight on the local level, that has a upward effect. If you fight on the local level to make sure that your states have the rights and the separation from the federal government that they do, if enough people fight for that, the way this country was designed is who's president supposed to have almost no... It's not supposed to be relevant in your life at all. The federal government, the way this country was supposed to be set up, is supposed to have honestly no real effect on the way you live your life. It's all about state and local. The problem is we've punted so much of that to the federal government over the past few decades that things are all backward. If we take it back on a local level, we will reclaim that power from the federal government, and Joe Biden, Kamala Harris won't be able to do shit. It's, again, you take it back locally, the federal part loses its power. And maybe this has been part of it the whole time, is to get us to fight on a local level, get us to fight where we can actually make a difference. Because right now, you know, like I said, we fight for President Trump. We focus on what's going on in the federal government. We ignore what's happening locally. This election was stolen locally. It wasn't stolen on a federal level. It was stolen in a handful of cities on a local level, on a state level. This election was stolen.
Mhm.
So President Trump being president couldn't have stopped the voter fraud. Doesn't matter who's president, not going to stop the voter fraud. We have to win that back on a local level. And if we win back our vote, on a local level, we can win back the rest of it through the voter box. But it doesn't matter who's president until we fix our voting systems. And the only way to fix our voting systems is to fight those battles locally. The federal government can't dictate to the states how to run an election. It's unconstitutional. It says it right there in Article 2, Section 1, or Section 1, Article 2. I don't remember, but it's right there. State legislator runs the election. That's it. So there's nothing President Trump or any president can do for or against our elections. And that's ultimately the one battle we have to get back right now is our local election. So no, to me, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference who the president is until we get our elections under control. And the only way to do that is through local government. And if we're all focusing on the presidency, we're not focusing on the one place that we can actually make a difference. That's
so
why.
In this past election, there was before in the run up to the election, there was a lot of effort to make sure that the elections were clean and done properly at the state level, at the local level.
Where? Who? What efforts? You had
you
had Georgia,
the Trump
Pennsylvania,
administration,
Michigan, and Wisconsin all punt their authority to the executive branch. That's not how. There was no fighting.
Okay, let me explain to you.
Yeah.
We had thousands of people, Republican poll watchers, go in and try to do their job. That's what we can do. That's it. That's what we got at the local level. That's what we got. If you want to go be a poll watcher, that's what you do to try and protect the elections. Okay? We did that. They didn't even let us watch the freaking election, Adel. They kicked Trump supporters out of the polls.
Mm-hmm.
They kicked Republican poll watchers out of the polls.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they were forced by rare court order to actually allow them in, they corralled them into locations that were so far away from where the ballots were being counted that they could not even see what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So there's your fighting at the local level and getting dicked on that.
No,
that's why I don't have faith in that process. I don't believe it's an option.
But the fight was already over at that point. The fight was already over. The moment that they allowed these dissent decrees to be signed into place and the local legislature punted that authority to Secretary of States and governors, that's where it was lost. There should have been no mail-in votes. That should have never even happened. If the local legislatures had done their jobs, if the people had fought on a local level, pressured their local legislatures to reclaim their authority in running the election and not allowing mail-in voting, not allowing Mark Zuckerberg to come in and drop $400 million into the system, not allowing drop boxes all over the city, not allowing new registrations between the election and the runoff. If the Republican party, if the people of Georgia, if the people of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona put the pressure on ahead of the election on their local legislatures to run this election fairly, then we would have never gotten to this point. The fact is we didn't fight locally until the battle was already over. We didn't even know the war had been waged until it was too late. Stacey Abrams conquered the state of Georgia without anyone even knowing it happened. Pennsylvania, the same way. Tom Wolf and Shapiro and their Secretary of State there were changing rules and colluding with a Supreme Court in Pennsylvania that's been completely overrun by crazy to change the laws. The legislature never fought back until it was too late. The people never even realized what was being taken from them because there was laser pointers elsewhere. That's not the case anymore. There has been a ton of pressure on local legislatures since all of this happened to undo these consent decrees to undo this damage. Yes, they've already tried to reclaim in Georgia, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona. State legislatures were writing letters begging Mike Pence to send the vote back so they can right this wrong and reclaim their power. They came to the conclusion a little bit too too late. They came to the conclusion a little bit too late. But the fight, when the fight was taken to them, when people locally got pissed off and put the pressure on, enough people actually in local government wanted to do the right thing. Because that's where we're closest to. That's where we have the most effect, is where the people that are right in front of us. Pixels, I love your fight, man. I'm right there with you. The thought of a Biden, a Kamala administration makes me want to throw up. The fact that you could potentially have someone so treasonous, so compromised, so evil sit in that Oval Office at this point makes me sick. It does make you want to just like throw your hands in the air, be pissed off, and say the country's over. I get that. But when I really look at this logically, when I look at how many people have been woken up and how much of a difference we made in such a short period of time, mobilizing state legislatures to do their job. Was it a little bit too late? Yes, but we have 2 years now before the next election, and people are fired up about this. And if you think that Joe Biden being in office is going to stop good patriots from getting in the face of their local government and fixing this, I just don't believe it. I do think that there's enough fight in the patriots in this country. I think there's been enough people woken up. And I think President Trump has lit a fire that is you've just begun to see burn. You've only seen the embers of this. And all they did was throw gasoline on that. So look, I don't want Biden in there any more than you do. I don't think he's necessarily going to get in there. But if he does, you will not see one damn second of woe is me. You won't see one damn second of negativity. You're not going to see one damn second of it's over out of me, because I don't believe that. I believe in all of you guys out there to take this country back one way or another. And I think there's plenty of peaceful ways.
You're never going to get that from me either.
Yeah.
But I'm damn sure going to be hurting for our country. I'm damn sure going to be worried about what's going to happen with our country if those two claim the White House. There's no way I couldn't be worried about what would happen to the country if they got in. Okay, but I think we have 7 days. We have 7 days. If nothing happens in 7 days, fine. We'll talk about it, right? We'll figure out what we're going to do. But for me, I think for all of us to have come 4 years, 3 years in this movement, being confident that some certain thing was going to happen once enough people were awake enough to accept it and not freak out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's hold out for 7 more days. What is 7 days in the face of 3 years of latching onto this, right? Because everything looks dark and gloomy right now, for all of us to lose hope and just accept that there's going to be a Biden, a Biden administration, I think that's foolish. I think we should hold on. I think we should hold on for 7 more days, and I think it totally matters who president is. It totally does, regardless of what you are about to say about that. It will always matter who president is. The president has powers. That's just how it is.
Of course, it matters.
But all I'm saying is, let's hold out for 7 days. Let's not believe that doomsday is about to crash down upon us.
I've never called it doomsday. That's my point. Is it's not a doomsday.
But a lot of people out there feel like that, though.
Well, that's what I'm trying to quell. Is this the world is ending if this doesn't go the way we want it to in 7 days. That's my whole point of coming on here and talking like this, is that if that's the attitude we're taking, I'm all about holding out hope, Pixels, but you need to mentally prepare yourself that things might not go the way that you think they're going to go.
Prepare for the worst.
Right. And that's all I'm doing is telling you guys, act as if it's not going to go your way. Get the woe is me out of the way now and be ready to freaking fight. Be ready for the fight of your life. Get that sadness, that depression, that woe is me, that oh my God, everything's horrible. Run through that shit. Run through that shit now. Let's just run through that shit now. If that's how you're going to act, if Biden does get in, if that's where you're going to go, accept it now. Get it out of the way. All those unproductive thoughts, feelings, and emotions that are going to cloud your ability to be productive. Get through it now. Start your reconciliation process, your healing process now, because that could be your reality. I'm not going to sit here and pat you on the head and tell you that's not a potential possibility. Be ready for it now and be ready to fight. That's my point. Be ready to fight. be ready to take this battle where you actually can make a difference. Okay. And look, I'm with you, Pixels. I don't want it. I don't want it either. I do think that there could very well be some kind of trump card that we don't see yet. But this whole doomsday, the country is over if it doesn't work out is extremely dangerous. That's exactly what they want us to be feeling right now. And I'm not
saying that the country is completely over and that it's doomsday. A lot of people feel that way. But I do know for a fact if those two get in the White House, it's going to get a lot worse. We have to accept that too. Yeah. We have to accept that. We can't just say, "Oh, well, we can do something at the local level, if they get in and we'll be fine." I think that's really naive.
I think we will.
And I think we need to be honest about ourselves. We need to be honest with ourselves about how evil these people are and what they're willing to do and what they've said they're going to do. We have to be honest with ourselves about that so that we can realize how important it is to fight if that does actually happen.
It had to be this way. Sometimes you must walk through the darkness before you see the light. We haven't even begun to walk through darkness yet, ladies and gentlemen. So again, Q didn't say that the darkness was a 2-month period of uncertainty as to who our president's going to be. That darkness could very well be the darkness of a Biden presidency. Q could be telling us that that's part of what we need to walk through. There's nothing saying that's when he said this had to be this way. He might be saying you had to experience a Biden presidency to come out of it and do what needs to be done to truly win this. So you can interpret all of this stuff a million different ways. So it's not to say I don't trust the plan. What I'm saying is we all might not understand the plan or understand what the timing of it is or what it is we're all supposed to experience and go through and live through as a country to make sure we fully understand what it is we're trying to do here. And Pixels, you're right. A Biden and Kamala presidency will make the country worse. I completely agree with that. I think anyone that says otherwise would be naive. But I also don't think that it's going to be so bad that there's no coming back from it. I don't think it's going to be so bad that, it's going to end up in, we're going to end up like some kind of third world Venezuela. I think that we're unique and more resilient than any other nation probably that's ever been around. And I do think that we have a spirit as an American people that's unique, that's built on patriotism and freedom. And I don't think that if they really try to come after us in these really evil ways, that our brothers and sisters in this country are going to stand by and just allow it to happen. I think Americans will stand up against evil as a whole. Remember, it's only about 20% of the population that buys into what the mainstream media and the establishment is selling. The rest of it is all a megaphone. It's fake. It's astroturf. It's gaslighting. It's not real. We have the numbers. We have the power. The only thing that can stop us is if we forget that. If we allow the psyop that we are somehow a fringe minority to work on us, then yeah, maybe we're in trouble. But if we remember that we are the majority, we have the power, we have the numbers, then there's nothing that can stop us. No president, no vice president, nothing. It's consent of the governed. If enough people don't give their consent to the governed, we'll be just fine. I'm not worried. I'm really not worried.
All right. Well, I guess I'm not worried, but for different reasons.
No, this is fun, Pixels. I'm glad we got to have it out. Yeah.
I noticed a comment in D Live, and it was a while ago, so I probably won't be able to find it again. But they said something like, "This is debate. You don't see this often anymore." No. And exactly, right on. You know how often Adel and I disagree on stuff? You know how, and at the same time, do you know how much Adel and I freaking love each other regardless of that?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the types of conversations that we need to have, and it gets passionate because we both care about the country and what's going to happen. We want the best for our country and for those around us, right? And so we're gonna have these debates. We're gonna, we're gonna go back and forth, and we're gonna disagree with each other. Frankly, if we were just lockstep all the time, me and Adel, this wouldn't be an interesting show.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right. And there's one other comment here I want to address. This will be the last thing I say because it's about the end of the show, and I'm ready to be done with the microphone here until tomorrow. But Donna Bo Liberty says, if we couldn't make changes under Trump, how can we make changes under Biden? You're too optimistic, Adel. And no, that's the point, is that everybody looks to Trump to do it for us. Because Trump is there, we have our guy at the top. I truly believe that has a negative effect at what we do on the local level. Everyone's looking at Santa Claus, waiting for their presents. No one's going to work to earn their keep. It's a very loose analogy. But when President Trump is there, he's waking us up, showing us the system's broken, and talking about draining the swamp and doing all these great things. We all look, and I think a lot of people sit back and like, yeah, trust the plan. Let's get it done for us. It's all going to happen. No, it's not how it works. Trump disappears. He wakes us up, makes us aware of the problems. Okay, voter fraud is obviously the biggest one because this is how it was stolen from us. Now you have 80 million awake people, and there's no one there that you're expecting to do it for you anymore. Guess what? You're going to do it for yourself now, aren't you? Because you don't expect the president to come save you or anyone else to come save you. That's now on you. I honestly think that might be what we're seeing here. He did his job. He woke us up. He revealed the boogeyman in the closet. He showed us how to beat him. He showed us what the weak point is, what our weak point is, and he gave us all the tools to fight back. Now it's up to us, and I'm fine with that. Freedom shouldn't be awarded. It should be fought for. We're going to have to fight. That's it. It's not going to be done for you. It's not. That's my final thoughts, man. Do you want to lead us out?
Sure. Just want to go ahead and shame some crappy Republicans that shouldn't be called Republicans. All right. Breaking 911. Here are the 10 House Republicans that voted in favor of impeachment. The second impeachment. Liz Cheney, Herrera,
shocker.
Bootler. Yeah, exactly. Representative Katko, Kinzinger, Upton, Newhouse, Meyer, Gonzalez, Rice, and Vladow. So screw all of you. You should never, ever, ever run for office again because you probably will not win. Hopefully we can get these people out of there. Anything to say?
No,
Vlad, I mean, you probably got more fire in you right now.
No, it's just the uniparty, man. You're everything's so broken, and this is kind of what I'm talking about again. We stare at the presidency while the people's house is completely infiltrated. We stare at the presidency while we have ridiculous corruption down to dog catcher in our local governments. We stare at the presidency while all this happens to us on every level. We need to get our own house in order, our own states in order, our own communities in order. You watch how fast it all straightens itself up when we do that. It does matter who the president is. It does. I agree, Pixels. The president, unfortunately, right now has way too much impact on the lives we live. But this country was built on states' rights, the rights of local government, and things like that. We forgot how to play the game, as Q said. Mm-hmm. We forgot where our power is.
But we can play that game. Q also said military is the only way. Very explicitly said it.
Maybe it is. He also said disinformation is necessary. So, yep. I mean, we could play this game all freaking day.
Exactly.
I mean, again, Q might be gaslighting us. He might be gaslighting us to wake people up and get us to a point where
it's a possibility. I don't believe it.
No, and I'm not saying it's in an evil way. I'm not saying it's in a bad way. I'm saying it might be.
And actually, Soko and I had a conversation about this. I think regardless of the intentions, all forms of deception are not good. That's evil.
Oh.
If it's deception, it's evil as far as I'm concerned. Regardless of what you're deceiving for, it's lying. That's what it is.
I'm not arguing with you on that, man. I'm with you on that. You could argue that President Trump, in the way he cryptically communicates in a lot of ways, is deceitful in his own right. So I think
cryptic communication is meant to put messages out there that are only for certain people. That's not deception. That's just hiding a message within a message.
Yeah, but if you're saying one thing but really you mean the other, most people are going to take it one way, and so other people are going to take it the way you actually meant it. You're deceiving some level. I mean, look,
at some level, yeah. But it's not straight outright lying, is what I'm saying.
It's splitting hairs, I think. But still, I get your point. I'm not for deception. I wish there was a different way. Epic Vita says all war is deception. That's from Sun Tzu. So yeah, and that's another big thing is the whole Sun Tzu art of war thing. I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see where it goes. I'm excited for the fight. Brendan Dilley said it best, I think, on his show a couple days ago. Forget about the outcomes. Learn to love the fight. Learn to love the fight, and you'll be just fine. And that's where I'm at. I'm taking that advice to heart. I really am. I'm going to learn to love to fight, regardless of who's in office, regardless of how this plays out. I'm going to show up, I'm going to fight, and I'm going to have a good time doing it every day. If they're hoping to make me sad or upset or pissed or too frustrated, they're going to fail miserably. I'm not going to give them what they want. The fight continues.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%. All right. So that's a pretty good way to close it out. Real quick, just so you guys know, any of you guys out there that are still watching on D Live, and a lot of you out there, I know that you don't like D Live, particularly the people that are watching over on YouTube. Check this out. We are live on Foxhole. So if you go to thefoxhole.app, this is the first day that we've been live on here today. And we're very excited about it. And it's streamed to Pilled, and then it goes through Foxhole, which of course you can find pretty much everybody that does this stuff. It's a pretty good list so far that have signed up to be on here. So absolutely check it out. And I think that quite frankly is live. So when we close out the stream here, go ahead and go and watch quite frankly or Crypto Beatles. They're both live now. So I just wanted to bring that to people's attention. It's a really cool app. And they're working on more features too. Like they're working on a live chat and a few other things that are being worked on for this as well. So we're excited at 5x5. We're very excited to be a part of this Foxhole thing. And hopefully it will remain a central hub for real news where you can just easily find all the streams. It's been really great. And the people that put that together, they worked their asses off putting that together. So hats off to them. So anything else you want to say, Adel, before we go ahead and close it out for the day?
Yeah, don't get too worked up over any of this stuff right now, guys. That's my main thing. Don't let this ruin your life. Like continue to do the things you love to do. Don't let this be the central focus of your existence. That's also what they want. They want that despair. They want that. Don't give it to them. That's really my main message. Enjoy your lives. Disconnect, from time to time from all of this, and just stay buoyant, stay positive, and again, just be ready to fight. Be ready to fight. Never expect anyone's going to do it for you. Always expect that you're going to have to do it yourself. And anything that comes from that, addition to that, it's just a bonus. Hold the faith, hold the line. It's not over yet. I'm not telling anyone to give up, but I'm also going to tell you it's not over. Even if the worst were to happen on the 20th, it's not over. It's not that is not the end. No way. It's only the end if you allow it to be. So just everyone, keep it up, stay in it, hold the line. And get to know your local councilmen, councilwomen. Get to know the people that run your communities, because it starts there.
100%. What Adel said, like I said, keep holding the faith. And like Adel said, don't get too worked up over this. We're all still here. We're all still alive. Do something cool tonight. Make some food, right? I mean, spend time with family. Reach out to friends that you haven't talked to in a while. Just do human stuff right now. And all of you out there that consider yourselves anons and that have people reaching out to them, asking for advice and updates on what's going on, just help people out as much as you can, regardless of how horribly they've treated you in the past. Because I think right now we have a golden opportunity to unite a lot of people in the country. Because of the recent events, that have happened, especially President Trump being removed from Twitter. I think a lot of people are kind of waking up that are left of center and seeing the writing on the wall of how serious that is. And so there's an opportunity there for us to kind of, bring back, the fact that we're all Americans and remember that. So with that, Adel, great debate. Really enjoyed it thoroughly.
Yeah, absolutely, buddy.
We'll do this again next time, and hopefully we'll have more news to go through because it's been a slow news day today. Not a ton happening. So I'm dying for updates. I'm kind of like I'm gonna start like scratching everywhere and stuff because I just need my news updates. You know how I am. Anyways, much love, everybody. Thanks for watching 5x5. This has been the New Guard. And like I said, get on Foxhole. Get that stuff. Check it out. Thefoxhole.app. So with that being said, love you guys all, and we will see you this coming Sunday for a roundtable. Much love.
Bye, everybody.